Meeting is now streaming. Let's see.
¿Quién los acepta a todos?
Yo.
Tú eres ahí la manager, ¿verdad? Tú eres la manager.
Soy la manager.
Vale.
Todo se lo debo a mi manager.
Ay, cállate. ¿Me avisas cuándo?
Ya está. Voy por hacer un cafecito.
Good morning.
Hola.
Hola, buenos días a todas.
Buenos días a todos.
Welcome everybody. Mientras empezamos la charla, les invitamos, estamos hablando ahorita, que ya tienen privilegio todas de abrir su micrófono y de prender su cámara, entonces las invitamos a que nos vayamos viendo las caritas mientras todo esto empieza de manera oficial.
Vamos ahora con Valentina. ¿Dónde sigue Valentina?
Like somebody's listening to the news.
Exacto, la idea es de pues dar la vuelta aquí en el tablero del Zoom mientras pues no tengamos espacio físico, podernos conocer, poder charlar entre nosotras, mandarnos algún mensajito por privado, vernos las caras, conocernos, irnos platicando conforme vayamos llegando. Tenemos pues yo creo que media hora para hacerlo en lo que empieza la charla completa, ¿no? Vamos bien a tiempo para empezar con Francisca, pero mientras tanto, pues que nos podamos ir conociendo. And thanks everybody to come back to the second date today, and we could hang around and try to meet each other, and you all have your microphone open, and if you could show up your camera and turns on, we could try to hang around and try to have fun in between before the beginning. If I said something wrong, Claire, you could correct me, of course.
I wouldn't even know. Every few words, maybe I would know.
Por aquí Lautaro nos dice, me da vergüenza. No se avergüencen, vergüenza que los agarren robando si se están ahí como algo. Entonces, todos somos amigos acá y si no nos conocemos, conozcámonos. De eso se trata.
Nadie se anima a romper el hielo, me parece.
Sí, siempre es difícil, igual que en las charlas presenciales, ¿no?
A mí me pasa siempre cuando están así hablando que dan el tiempo para preguntas y queda el silencio, es incómodo.
Sí, claro. Tú, me imagino por el nombre y por el acento, estás al sur del continente, ¿verdad, Lautaro?
Sí, Argentina.
¿De qué lado de Argentina? ¿Mendoza
Córdoba.
o...? ¿Perdón?
Córdoba.
Córdoba.
Ah, Córdoba.
El centro de Argentina.
Cool, muy bien.
Todos están en mute. Menos Carolina. Mm, Ulises.
Oh my gosh, sorry everyone. Not used to having these clunky microphones on the desk.
Y entonces, ¿quién tiene café? ¿Quién tiene otra bebida? ¿Un tecito? ¿Un mate por allá en Lautaro? No sé.
Sí, estoy acá con mate. Hace rato que lo vengo preparando.
¿Qué horas son allá?
12:36.
12.
Son 2 horas justas con México.
Ya estás con el mate. ¿O cómo se le llama? Sí.
Estoy a tono con la remera del evento.
Fosforito a lo que puede.
Sí.
Como que están batallando en conectarse con audio. ¿Ya desayunaron? Pregunta Coca. No, la verdad, no pude ni dormir.
Yo ya. Y no se puede empezar el día.
Todavía no sé.
Hola Santiago, buenos días.
Hola Héctor, ¿cómo estás?
¿Todo bien? Hola a todos, Claire.
Se escucha que estás desayunando,
Hola,
¿eh?
buenos días.
Ah, no, pero estaba tomando café.
Ya.
Oye, me llama la atención por qué dices que estás nervioso. Si después de tantos años, ¿cómo ves que es diferente o por qué te causa como incertidumbre?
Siempre es así, o sea, siempre que es, o sea, siempre que estoy como que en pláticas o algo me pongo nervioso, o sea, es
Es
normal.
como un clavadista olímpico que se lanza siempre de la plataforma de 10 metros y siempre saca 10
Y
en
que
su
dice,
exposición.
güey, ya, no vuelvo a hacerlo.
Pero antes de lanzarse, ve para abajo y dice, ay, no, ya no quiero.
Sí, no, ¿A poco a ti no te da nervio antes de tocar o qué?
Ah, sí, siempre.
Ándale,
Todo el tiempo.
exactamente lo mismo.
Hasta cuando
Sí,
está
¿va?
solo en el estudio trabajando, se pone nervioso cuando le pone.
Sí.
Cuando abro Robofont me da nervio.
Me da nervio de que se haya hecho una actualización y ya no jale de nuevo.
Hijo, sí, eso también da miedo.
Yo no sé por qué, como que nunca actualizo yo ni mi sistema operativo ni nada. Como que nunca lo necesito. Ayer Santiago me estaba regañando porque tengo que hacer una declaración pública. Yo trabajo
Ay.
en el Creative Suite 6, en el Adobe CS6. I really love that.
Exactamente, es what the fuck.
I really love to work on InDesign CS6 and I love it.
Bueno, yo también soy de esas que no me gusta actualizar las cosas, no sé por qué, pero al final la vida me hace que las actualice.
You're right. But if you don't have any upgrade tools really that on your work daily applications, I really think that you don't need to upgrade.
Exacto.
Yo no puedo vivir, siempre veo una notificación de que hay una cosa que actualizar, no puedo estarla viendo ahí años y años.
Dale las notificaciones.
Yo no, aparte es como, ¿por qué me van a mover todo?
Sí, mal necesario.
Sí.
Sí,
justo,
la
por
gente
ejemplo,
sí puede hablar. Sí estamos todos.
Y todo el mundo tiene su...
Sí,
abran su cámara. y
Todo
tienen
el
su-
mundo entra con el micrófono y luego se mutearon y creo que no se pueden mutear ahorita. Vamos a abrir, a ver, todos. Ask all to unmute. Hola. Ya nos escuchamos.
Sorry.
¿Alguien está viendo televisión?
Clases
Ah, ok.
en línea de mis hijos.
Ah. Hola a todos.
Hola a todos, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Desde la helada Ciudad de México.
Hoy amanecieron a 1 grado o algo así, ¿no? Leí en las noticias.
Estamos cagándonos de frío.
Qué rico.
¿Verdad?
Ay, no.
No, para nada.
Dice que estamos a 12 grados en la Ciudad de México en este momento.
No inventes.
Ok.
Mi casa es helada, entonces estoy como 2 grados o 3 más frío de las noticias. Pero bueno, con café todo es posible. Acá andamos.
Con guantecitos.
Ya quisiera tener ese frío yo.
Elena Peralta, ¿en dónde estás, Elena? Que nos saludas con un buenas tardes. Me imagino que ya estás en otra latitud.
Sí, yo estoy en Madrid, España, así que ya me pilla por la tarde.
Puedes prender tu cámara, para que todas nos conozcamos. Fantástico. Sí, para que sepamos que somos personas, no nos vayamos a quedar con cara.
Sí. Sí, siempre da mucho coraje cuando todo el mundo es en pantalla oscura. Es como...
Sí.
No, sí.
Hola, Francisca.
Hello, Francisca.
Hola.
Hola.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you nervous?
Not at all.
Nah.
Oh, look. Hi, David.
Prendan sus cámaras mientras empieza todo el evento y esta cosa para que nos veamos las caritas. Hello, David.
Hola.
Hola.
Oh, hola, David.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien.
The man with the silver microphone is in charge.
Ulises anda por ahí afuera de la atmósfera.
¿Qué onda, Michael? ¿Qué onda, Santiago? ¿Cómo están?
Hola, Ulises. ¿Cómo está por allá?
Bien, aquí de nuevo.
Aquí de nuevo. ¿Cómo anda Guadalajara?
Bien, con algo de frío también. No tanto como en Ciudad de México, pero sí, que sí algo de frío.
Pero allá pegan unos aires bien fuertes, ¿no?
Sí, y el aire está fuerte.
La perla tapatía.
Vamos. Ahorita en unos 5 minutillos vamos a empezar súper rápido con unas introducciones y a las 9 empezamos con Francisca. Super excited to see what Francisca has to show us.
Excited to be here.
Yeah, nice studio.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's the last day in the studio before the lockdown.
Oh, really?
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Apparently.
How is it feeling over there? Are you all prepared? And
Yeah, scary.
yeah.
We
Where
know
are you
We know what
exactly
we're
based?
expecting. I'm in the very north of Italy, in the Alps area. And yeah, it's actually a small place here. I've been living in Vienna for a long time. And 1 year ago, I moved back here. I'm from here, actually. And decided to move back to the more out of the city area.
So you have to commute daily to your studio.
Sorry?
Do you have to commute daily to your studio?
Like from where I live to the studio? Yeah, it's like 10 kilometers, which I'm usually doing by bike.
Lovely.
Yeah, it is. It's so idyllic, like really going by bike through this very nice scenery, mountains and fields of apples and stuff.
You have to send a postcard or a photo from your
Yeah,
landscape.
it's already dark here, but I will. Yeah.
Sounds really wonderful.
Yeah, it's just
It is. Yeah, it is.
right in the Alps, right? Francisca is right in the Alps with a lot of mountains.
Yeah.
Hola, Eli.
Hola.
How are things in Mexico?
Hello. How are you?
Fine. What did you say? I didn't catch what you said, Francisca.
How are things in Mexico, I guess?
Oh, crazy. I mean,
Sí.
we're just middle on the almost lockdown. I believe in the next week everything will be closed again.
Similar.
Y aquí también vemos un poco estos excesos de mortalidad se mantienen durante abril de forma muy fuerte, pero se van extendiendo
And we're going to a
mayo y junio.
dark winter.
Oh, yeah.
Aquí también tenemos un poco más de precisión desde este rango de edad, entre los 60 y 70 años es donde parecería concentrarse los excesos relativos más grandes, ¿no? En lo cual también da una idea de cuáles son las poblaciones que estarían probablemente más expuestas, que buscan este límite. Antes había puesto el límite de los 65 años, pero vemos que es entre los 60 y 70, desde aquí hay un exceso importante.
All right.
I'm having another conversation.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm hearing another conversation. Are you hearing this?
Yes. I believe someone.
I closed I used the microphone.
Yeah.
Somebody completely destroyed a conversation at A-Type High with this for.
I don't know.
Somebody was just sitting in the back talking. Couldn't hear anything. So that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Where are you right now, David? Where did you live?
In my basement.
It looks really nice, really cozy.
There are South Korean and North Korean guards right outside there.
Okay, beautiful.
Around. But this is where I work in the summer because it's cool.
Okay.
In about a month, I'll move upstairs and start building a fire.
Okay. And then dance around the fire also.
Well, that depends on if you guys show up or not.
Yeah.
But we don't have any Alps here. The tallest thing we have is about 160 feet above sea level.
Okay.
And if I go down in the backyard, I'm about 20 feet above sea level. So they're like turtles and frogs.
That's a strange place.
It is. It's right now. It's turkey season, so there's lots of turkeys running around.
You have all the seasons in one day, all the fauna around you.
Yeah, today is cool, but it's supposed to go up to like 60 or 65 Fahrenheit tomorrow, and for the next 4 days, it's supposed to be like summer again.
Okay.
So everyone will go to the beach.
Nice.
Maybe.
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 It's too cold. Okay, I'm gonna start sharing something quick just before we start. We are very happy to have you, all of you here. I mean, we have very nice presentation. I really look forward to see what you have to show us. So let me share some screen. Share desktop. Yeah, you guys seeing now this, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you so much for all of you being here. This is the 6th edition of TMX. And as we love type, we know that all is made with type. But first, I would like to thank to our sponsors that, without them, this could not be happening. And first one, thanks to TypeMate to organize all this for the last 6 years. And thank you, Fund Bureau. Thank you, David, for all your support all over the years. And we really appreciate that you always support type design. Thank you, Adobe Fonts, that since with the beginning they were always supporting us. Yes. And thank you to our friend from Japan, Morisawa, that they will also support us from the last couple of years. And, without them, this could not be happening. I mean, even if we are far away right now, we can, with their support, we can hang around here, and because we all love typography, and we are so happy for you to be here. And it's 9:55. I will start with the introductions of our first talk, that it's Franziska White-Gruber. Is that the right pronunciation? White-Gruber?
Perfect, yes.
Perfect. That's
Yes.
what I like. Okay. Yes. Just hang on. I'm going to introduce you in Spanish. Yes. Franziska White-Gruber es diseñadora de tipografía y gráfica independiente con sede en los Alpes del Tirol del Sur, en Italia. Se graduó del curso de la maestría de Type and Media en la KBK de La Haya en 2016. Antes de eso recibió su licenciatura en diseño gráfico con especialización en tipografía en la New Design University en St. Pölten. Is that right?
St. Pölten.
St. Pölten. Y posteriormente trabajó también ahí como profesora de diseño tipográfico. Wow. Su práctica está explorando la interacción de técnicas analógicas y digitales, llevando herramientas y materiales al límite mientras crea principalmente formas relacionadas con el alfabeto, tipo y forma de letras como representación visual del lenguaje, capaz de dar la voz a la comunicación. And she also speaks Italian, German, and draws very nice italics.
Thank
Really,
you so
very
much.
nice italics. I don't know if we have a few minutes. If you would like to introduce yourself and talk a little bit, and then you feel free to start whenever you want. Thank you so much, Francisca. I'm going to stop sharing, and you can share screen.
That sounded amazing. Thanks, Santiago, for this Spanish introduction.
Wow.
I'm really glad to be here to share some of my work with all of you. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen now? Yes. Perfect. I would like to talk about things that drive me in type design and also things that scare me. So thanks again for the invitation. I'm very honored to give this talk today. I'm Francisca, type and graphic designer based in the Alps, in the very north of Italy. As many other type designers, I think, I'm obsessed with the letter A. It gives me a great satisfaction, the letter A, and satisfaction is something that somehow scares me, but at the same time, it drives me because as we know, being satisfied with what you do is not always easy. And a story about the topic of satisfying myself and being satisfied with the work I do is a project I did while studying at KBK in The Hague, doing the master course in type and media. We had an assignment there, a revival project with Paul van der Laan. And the assignment was to look for a book printed before 1940 with a typeface that was personally appealing to us. So we went to book markets and to old bookshops to look for books and find a typeface that we liked. And I chose this book. I actually found one more with a very similar typeface in it. This is the type the book was set in. And I was kind of intrigued by this Jensen-like shapes of the letter forms and also this slab-like serifs. We went to various libraries to do some research about the typeface we chose, or at least in the first moment to find out which typeface it was. And we were at Marmano Museum in The Hague, browsing through a specimen and also looking at some old printed examples of of letter shapes in different eras. And we were also looking at some examples of the Kelmscott press by William Morris. And there I saw golden type, and I felt like it had to be kind of related to the type I had chosen, or the book with the type I had chosen, which again was that one. And I found out that the typeface I chose was monotype Veronese. Of course, it took me some time to find out, do some research about it. And it was actually Monotype's first custom typeface. And it was indeed connected to golden type. It was a sort of mechanized version of golden type, because of course William Morris and the Kelmscott press was really limited edition books, very high quality printing. They produced the paper themselves and the inks, and so it was really a small number of very high-end books. And Veronese was sort of inspired by golden type and the Kelmscott press, but for mass production in printing. So the first step when working on this revival was to scan examples of the book, different pages, of course, because the printing varies and the weight of the letter forms varies. And then digitize, or roughly digitize as a first step, and then work out the details of the typeface. So the result was this, with a rather small character set, nothing extremely huge. And I was sort of satisfied. It's not that I can't look at it or at the version I did, but there was some sort of unsatisfactory feeling I had. I felt like the letter shapes were really cold and rigid, which is of course connected to the design itself, but it drove me into, or the wish to do another revival of a typeface in this kind of field was really big. So this wish became bigger and bigger when I had already finished studying in The Hague, like years after. I think it was in 2017. I found this Jensen series by Italian foundry Nebbiolo. And I really liked it. I liked this wildness in shapes and this very, very strong feeling of these Jensen, of this interpretation by Nebbiolo of a Jensen model. So I took this material I found, I did a very rough digitization of it. And then there was this euphoria of doing a new project. You probably all know it. And I changed pretty much everything. So this Nebbiolo specimen was a starting point, and it really drove somewhere else. It became very display-like typeface. I took, of course, some of the aspects of the design I found in the Nebbiolo specimen, but developed it into a typeface with a strong character of its own. So it's not, what I did in The Hague was a pretty loyal revival of Veronese, while this was a very, very loose revival, or it was inspiring me to draw something else. And the result of this process was Nikolai, which was first published on Future Fonts and is now available on Fontwerk. And it really became quite a big family. So it has various weights and widths. And the italic was drawn completely independently from the original. What I quite like to use myself is the bold condensed style. I also developed a variation of the punctuation, like rounded punctuation as well, as an alternative to the quite, let's say, not so normal default one. And yeah, the italic was developed later on. And quite independently from the upright. They, of course, share some common things. Some ligatures and quite a large character set in the end. Also old style figures. And the family finally has regular width, a narrow and a condensed, in light regular, semi-bold and bold, and then of course the italic that goes with it. You can see it in detail on Fontwerk. And talking about satisfaction, I would like to talk about another project that was born from an unsatisfactory feeling. I was at the Leopold Museum in Vienna during my studies in The Hague, and I visited this expressionism exhibition there, which I really liked. The only thing I disliked was the relation between artworks and the typography in the museum. Like everything that was information on the walls was pretty detached from the artworks. So I asked myself, is there a possibility that I could include some of the characteristics of expressionism into a typeface that could go along with it in a more loyal way? So I was looking at some of the artworks, especially letter related from expressionism, and I was really fascinated by the techniques they used. This brings me to something that scares me as well, but drives me at the same time, which is new or unexplored ways to develop shapes, especially letter shapes. I took some of the techniques I saw in expressionism and tried to apply those to the sketching of letter forms. Of course, in expressionism, cutting with various materials was really a known technique, really used a lot, a technique that was used a lot. So I started cutting letters. I stopped drawing at that point. I didn't draw anymore. I cut in linoleum, I cut paper, and of course, I also did some more conventional sketching techniques, like writing but without being too afraid of making nice letter shapes, but more to capture the gesture of writing and the expression you can put into letter forms. Also, cutting in negative was very quite important at that point, because you perceive in a much better way what the negative space is. And the letter, of course, the shape is as important as the counter shape. And cutting, of course, something every type and media student does is stone carving, which was an amazing experience as well, because material can never be added again. So as soon as it's gone, it's just, you can't undo, which is a great experience. No way back. I also built this nail board to have just a certain amount of possibilities to construct a shape with these rubber bands. So I explored many, many different kinds of sketching beyond drawing. And this writing gesture, this, I call it zigzag gesture, was something that really, really fascinated me right from the beginning. And that became one of the styles of the typeface that I developed through these techniques that became very outstanding, and maybe the most important of the most characterful of the family. Caligari was born through all these experiments I did. It was the final project at Type and Media. I thought about a family that has various members. They are somewhat connected, but not very closely. There is a serif, a sans, shared italic. I thought at that point that it was an interesting idea to have an italic that both share, so it can be used for sans and serif. Was also part of this experiment. Can I achieve that? It suits both. And of course, this display italic, which was born through the writing gesture and those experiments in writing experiments. We developed a process book to document our project, and also a specimen. So this is the thicker book is the process book. And it should show how we developed the typeface in step by step to follow the process, which is quite important. And this was the favorite tool for this zigzag style. And yeah, sans and serif share some aspects. The sans is of course a bit narrower to have equal counter shapes. And now, I mean, I did this, I did Caligari, or started working on Caligari in 2016. And now I thought maybe it's the time at some point to publish the display style. The other styles, of course, were super important too. I learned a lot of things, a lot of exploration, and many, many things I do now, I do them because I had these explorations back then at Type and Media. There's some of the pages of the process book and specimen, so you get a feeling of the result. And new and unexplored things are something I'm looking for constantly. I try to explore techniques, different techniques than I already know, like exploring different textures, different materials. Like this magic textile. You can write on it with water and it disappears when it dries. Or even sign painting techniques. It's a completely different feeling to work with enamels and to grow the shape from the inside instead of drawing the outline. Because the outline drawn with a fine liner or with a pencil is never what the result is. A letter is really a black shape with a counter shape. And this searching for shapes and exploring techniques is very important in my practice, and it just fascinates me a lot. And of course, as a type designer, you work on the computer a lot, so at some point you just miss this physicality of letter shapes. I want to touch them and see them in real life. This was something we did at Type Media as well, this clay shapes, which then later on became chocolate letters, a tradition in the Netherlands. And yeah, it broke when I made the mold, and it's fine. It's part of it. And then, of course, writing, the gesture of writing has always been a very inspiring thing to me. And the switch between analog and digital is something I explore and I enjoy doing a lot. Also, yeah, sketching on the iPad is something that as well feels completely different. I enjoy that as well. It's like carving shapes out of the material, or the screen in that case. It feels like carving a bit as well. I explore and enjoy exploring this rhythm between shape and counter shape. And then, of course, exploration also comes from external things, shapes we meet, shapes we find when walking, when traveling. Yeah, this was in January in Vietnam, traveling in different places and seeing how people deal with their typography and their typographic culture is very, very interesting to me. Sometimes beauty just finds you when you least expect it, just shows up, just a rainbow showing up in my kitchen floor. Something that scares me at the same time, the unknown, of course. One of the things that scared me most is everything connected to coding. So that's something I really didn't experience, or I wasn't really into it, or didn't even have any experience before Type and Media. But at Type and Media, there's a project with Joost van Rossum in Python coding. And I was so scared about coding in general, was then so excited about it, although I had no experience at all. Of course, Joost helped me a lot, but I was really, really happy to be able, not knowing anything about coding, then being able to kind of knowing that you don't know anything than trying to shape yourself a project that you actually can do. I did this parametric shapes in Drawbot, which was really fun and still is. I'm sometimes playing with this tool still. It's built from components, and then you can change those sliders. And actually it gives you unlimited amount of shapes, which is crazy. Like there is no limit to the output, which is really cool. I still think it's really cool. And it was in 2015, so right before the big variable font wave. And I printed some things with a risograph at the KWK, which was really, really, really fun to develop a tool and then again bring it into the physical world. So unlimited, it's a tool of unlimited output. Something else that scares me are mistakes, making mistakes, messing up something, breaking something. Sometimes it feels like doing this, or as in Amsterdam, feels like, oh no, there's no way out, end of the road, I messed something up. But with time, I tried more and more to celebrate mistakes and celebrate happy little accidents, let's say. This was one night in The Hague, the printer ate a piece of paper. It was kind of close to the printer, just ate it and made this, which is beautiful, I think. And some time ago, I made this back glass gilding, but not with gold, with copper. And oh, I messed up. I put the copper way too early. My father came in and he said, wow, this effect, how did you do that? Like, how is it done? And I was like, oh, it's not meant to be like this. But you see, a mistake, okay, it's a mistake, but still tells us something. And can be really something nice that you explore, maybe a new technique you explore, you want to apply. And then, of course, digital accidents that happen. And I started to collect those because let's embrace mistakes, embrace the failure. Sometimes you scale something wrong or you move something by accident. And it's situations that can be really fun and beautiful. And I just started collecting those. And as you probably know, interpolation works when you have the same amount of points, the same path direction, then the interpolation is working well. If you don't, you mess up something, the path direction or the point is a point is missing, then interpolation is just going wrong, can be very, very interesting as well. And those mistakes happen all the time to every type designer, I believe. So I started collecting those as well, just doing screenshots or exporting a version of it and saving what happens by accident. Then there was this idea that we could all collect those mistakes that happen to us every day and celebrate them, appreciate the mistakes and make a collection of it. Mistakes Museum or Interpolation Mistakes Museum. And it can even be a sketching technique, mistakes in interpolation as a sketching techniques, because it's the fattest, boldest 8 I've ever drawn, and I haven't drawn it, it just happened by accident. Yeah, letters start to have their own life and start to move just by mistake. And so cool pattern start to grow, and these are just some images from my mistakes selection, my mistakes folder. A big drive as well in my work is teaming up. It gives me a big energy to collaborate with others. And one example of a cool collaboration was a magazine logo for a magazine about Vienna, published and designed by Cinci. And it's cool just to start from a sketch, discussing it, working on it together, and then having a result that really reflects what you wanted to, what the magazine is. You really try to catch the essence of what the magazine wants to communicate. It was then printed in gold. There was also a second edition of it. They used a Caligari display in the magazine as well. Another, oh, sorry. I was too fast. Another, sorry. To get back to where I was. Another big fear is not being finished with something. And I actually always have this fear that something will never be ready, or at least I had it. And right when I was the most afraid of not finishing things and not publishing things, Future Fonts was born. It's a great platform with a lot of very talented designers publishing typefaces in progress. It was founded by Travis, Lizzie, and James. And the concept is that typefaces in progress are published. Early versions are very cheap. It could happen that you buy a typeface for, let's say, $10, and then it grows into a huge family. You get all updates for free, which is really cool. You support the designer in an early stage. And publishing on Future Fonts became a huge motivation to me to develop designs further. And it's amazing because there's this interaction between the designer and the users. Like, people give you feedback on the design, on how they use it. You see early use of the typeface, and that can push you in a certain direction and motivate you a lot. Like, I'm really, really motivated when I see people using the typeface, wishing for new glyphs, wishing for new styles. And one typeface the first typeface I published there was Gig. Gig was really a child of this writing gesture experiments at Type and Media. I was also influenced, of course, by the work of Excofon, also by sign painting. And Gig was at the beginning one style typeface. Recently, I published a lighter weight of Gig, and there are more weights coming soon. And that's also something, it really motivated me to see people using Gig and having the feeling that it would be cool to have more weights, to have more possibilities in the usage of it. So the light is published. the bold is the first style that was there. Regular, semi-bold, and thin are coming. And I have, of course, been exploring the usage of the lighter weight. Does it make sense to have it to me? And then when I feel like it would be cool to have it myself, or I would like to use it myself, I tend to develop it further. You see some examples of the lighter weight. It's available on Future Fonts. And one more design I published on Future Fonts started from these Faber and Faber book covers by Bertolt Volpe. I really love the strength of those shapes, and I started digitizing some of the shapes I found on this cover. I was really fascinated by the proportions of the shapes and thought it could be cool to have also a version with a higher contrast in some shapes. And I was looking at Volpe and Koch things a lot at the time, and I was fascinated by this Capitalis Monumentalis Roman cap proportions, having wider rounded letters like O and very narrow BBS, this classical Roman cap proportions. And Roba was really born from there, being a family with two subfamilies, the low and the high contrast. And at the moment, there are these 5 weights in the low contrast and high contrast subfamily. And as you see, the Roman cap proportions also influence the lowercase. The rounded shapes like O are a lot wider than N, for instance. Some more things I was influenced at the time. Kabel, of course, and also some poster shapes and these thin parts in some details. You find them a lot in poster designs, historic poster designs, especially when letter shapes become very fat. Some details, the solution is that some details become very thin. This is how Roba was born, actually. Here you see the glyph set. It's quite a large character set already. It has some arrows and a lot of symbols and even a smiling face. There are old style figures as well in all styles. Different figure sets. And open type features like the arrow becomes really an arrow when you type a hyphen greater, and the smiling face. There are different sun symbols. Oh, there's something wrong here. And also the LL ligature. And recently I've been working on a lighter weight as well, which will be published soon. So soon it will be lighter weights available. And I thought, how light could this light be? And I already had this high contrast subfamily, and I decided to keep the thin part as thin as in the high contrast and build the rest around it. So it will be these new styles. Thin extra light will be new, and also medium is coming soon in both subfamilies. Here I already tried to use it. The lighter weight's not published yet, but soon. And it's also available from Future Fonts. Another drive, a big drive actually, is the wish for a certain tool or a desire to have a certain typeface to use yourself. And for my website, I thought about, what kind of sans serif could I use? And of course, you're a type designer, you make your own calm sans serif for that usage. And I didn't have any calm sans at that time. So I started designing it back in 2018. And I'm now thinking about publishing it. I thought about a name, which is sometimes it's easy. It's just clear what the name will be. And sometimes it's not so clear during the design process. And I thought anthracite or anthracite as a color, it is not as neutral as black, but it's not a super exciting color, let's say. And this sans serif feels the same. It's a neutral, but not completely calm. It has these open shapes as a counterpart to what is now really, I think a lot of sans are really closed, like they're having these terminals that really close the shape. And anthracite is really open in shapes. And yeah, I'm now deciding where to go with it. Sketching different kinds of applications and also optical sizes. So let's see where it goes. Yeah, thanks for listening. I would like to end this talk with 3 smiling faces. We really need those in times like these, I think. Stay positive, happy, and let's draw type. Woo!
Well done.
Stop.
So if anyone has questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Yeah, that was a wonderful talk. Thank you so much for showing us all that work.
Thank you. Thanks. It's been my pleasure.
¿Quiero preguntar algo que tenga alguna duda para Francisca?
Yeah, I love those italics. Like I said, they are super nice.
Thank you.
So where can we find? We can find. Was it Nicola on Fontwork?
Yes, exactly. And the others on Future Fonts, yeah.
The others on Future Fonts. Okay, great. Including that beautiful Caligari.
Caligari soon, yeah. I finally decided to publish it, yeah, after 4 years. Yeah, I think it's cool to send it out and see it in use, because the typefaces want to go out and be used. That's what they want, right?
Yeah. On that, we have a question. on Calgary. What was the writing instrument that you used for the initial sketches?
It's actually a broad, or I used various tools, but it's just a broad felt pen with a straight tip, straight broad. Also, of course, the parallel pen is a nice instrument for this kind of style. Actually, I was kind of into this felt pen because I loved it so much back then. I had to put it into the process book that it's the best tool, but actually it's just, I mean, it's a nice felt pen, but it's just a broad felt pen.
Broad nib.
Yeah.
All right, and then.
But to be precise, it was the Uni Proci.
All right. I'll drop a link in there for everyone. Then we have another question from Matthew Prada. When you have a typeface project in mind, for instance, the latest Sans that you just showed, how much time do you usually invest in designing it?
That's a tough one. It really depends on the design, I feel. And it also depends on the drive, on this wave you can catch. Because sometimes you're just into it so much. You really, and that's why drives and fears are something that is really close to my process, because you're scared. At the same time, you're sometimes completely into something. You catch that wave and just go for it. And I feel that that's very strong. Of course, sometimes motivation is not, that wave is not always there, as every designer, I think, has a similar feeling. But how much time? I mean, if I'm catching that wave, I tend to spend all the time I have on that specific typeface. And then it, of course, is different if it's retail or like custom project with a deadline. Maybe the question was more about retail.
Yeah, I think that was.
It's really different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how
I mean, there
say...
are projects that have deadlines, then they tend to push to be in the foreground, of course, when there's a deadline. And the other projects have to sometimes suffer a bit, like the typefaces on future funds. You have to really plan to spend time on retail typefaces as well. Otherwise, custom stuff wants to take all your time.
So if you're catching the wave, I'm not sure how you would say that in Spanish, but
yeah,
it's as long as it takes, as David says.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty strict about documenting the time I spend on a typeface now since maybe 1 year, so that I can plan it better and understand the time frame.
How do you do that? I mean, with screen tool or by hand, or?
I'm having this app, and I stopped, when I start working on Roba now, I start the timer and try to be as precise as possible with some app.
Yeah.
Which is most of the time I manage to do it precisely, but yeah.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to know how long does it take and what do I do for how long. Yeah.
It's down to $1 a character.
So what's next for you? Are you working on any fun styles? We have a question from Ari.
Any new or crazy styles you like to try? That's an interesting one. I'm not so much in a crazy mood at the moment, but that will come. That time will come, I'm sure. It's always, it's waves as well.
Yeah.
You're really into crazy, expressive display stuff. And then you think, oh no, I have to do more useful things.
Yeah, you need to make money.
As well. Yeah, as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I try to make useful things without being bored myself and boring for others, I guess.
Definitely not making boring work, that is for sure.
Francisca, here, Kike Ollervides is just telling something about your work, which that we could translate as surf the wave, and everybody's agree about that, and try to maintain yourself at the top of the wave.
Yeah.
We have any other questions out there?
Comentarios, aplausos.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Francisca. Really wonderful world, and I will purchase those italics.
Thank you. Thank you. It was awesome to be part of this.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure.
Yeah, beautiful work. Thank you.
Thank you.
For sharing. Y parece ser que nos vamos con la siguiente charla. Ya tenemos por aquí a nuestro amigo Boye. Proyéctala, Santiago.
Ya está proyectando. ¿Sí, verdad?
Creo que tengo delay. Bueno, pues me toca a mí presentar a nuestro querido amigo Boye Chipchik. Espero haberlo pronunciado bien. If you don't mind, Boye, I'm gonna present yourself in Spanish, if you don't mind. So, bueno, amigos, él es otro de los graduados de la KBK allá en la Royal Academy en la Haya. Él viene de Zagreb, Croacia. Es profesor desde el 2013 al 2016, profesor de tipografía y diseño tipográfico en su escuela allá en Zagreb. Y ha publicado fuentes tipográficas en Typotech, Production Type, y desde el 2015 es colaborador de Commercial Type. Ha sido publicado en la Print Magazine, ha sido Ascender del Type Directors Club y tiene por ahí un certificado de excelencia tipográfica este mismo año allí en el Type Directors Club. Y bueno, you're very welcome, my friend. If you don't mind to turn on your presentation and your showcase, well, we are ready to.
Okay, so can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay. You can see my screen, right? Everything works. So yeah, thank you for the invitation, and thank you, Michael, for this introduction. I never heard my CV in Spanish. Yeah, thanks again to everyone for the invitation. I'm gonna talk about a few projects, and I tried to find kind of a connecting line between them. And usually it turns out that all the projects usually never turn out as you think they will. It's usually always kind of a roundabout way from start to the end. So I'm going to talk about 3 projects, one that's finished, one that's almost done, and one that I'm working on currently. All of them are kind of based in the local context, so they're all connected to Croatia. So I'll just dive into it, and I hope you will like it. Yeah. Okay, the first project is Halte. It's a typeface I actually started maybe in 2008 or something like that while studying in Zagreb. And it's based on this signage that I found in Zagreb. There are metal cast signs that have really a peculiar shape as far as you...
Hrboje, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're still looking at the first slide. Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Now?
Yeah, it forward.
And now? Is it an image?
Yeah, we are on the second slide with the Halte.
Okay, maybe I'll need to do it like this. I don't know. You can see it now, right?
Yeah. We are on the photo. I think we could go.
We can go on?
Yeah, this works.
Okay, let's just do it like this. I guess it will be fine. So this is the signage from bus stations and tram stations in Zagreb. As soon as I started studying graphic design, I noticed the letter shapes and I found them really interesting. And I tried to find out which typeface it is, who made the signs. I contacted the company that manages public transport in Zagreb, but they didn't know anything about it really. There are several versions of the sign. Some of them are cast in metal, some of them are stencil spray painted, and some of them are in cutout foil. If you take a closer look, the shapes are similar, but all these versions of the signs are different. So after a while, I had another go at contacting the company, and they provided this blueprint for the signs, but they didn't know anything about who made them or anything else. They were also quite skeptical of me asking around why, who made the signs, who designed it. I asked if I can look at their archive. They didn't allow it. So basically, I just went on, and the first step was to digitize these shapes, so doing kind of a revival. I thought that the shapes were super interesting, basically, because of this combination of closed terminals, like in the lowercase e or c, and open terminals like the top of the A or S. Another interesting feature was the fact that the ascenders become wider at the top, and that the J has this kind of a backslash movement going to the right and then to the left. Also, the U doesn't have like a spur on the lower right. After doing this, I thought, okay, I'll just try to do different weights to see how it will look. Maybe I get to something interesting. So after I did it, I thought, yeah, it's interesting, but it had this kind of a too mechanical feel, and it reminded me maybe too much of like 70s, 80s style of Yugoslavian or Czech or Slovak lettering. which I do like, but I thought would maybe be not so useful in the context of contemporary graphic design. So I would come back to this every now and then and try some things. And after a while, I decided that what I wanted to do is make it a bit less rigid. So this is kind of what I got in the end. The proportions are quite similar to the original one. So you see that the letters are quite narrow, that the X height is high, that the main features are still the same as they were. So kind of the open counters. But the whole feel, for me at least, is quite different than what it was in the beginning. So this is the upper cases, and this is kind of a zoom in. So even the letters that are traditionally straight, I put in little curves into them so that everything softens a bit. I quite like this funky letter S. This is the lowercase and also the old style figures going with it. Zagrebački električni tramvaj is the name of the company that runs the public transport in Zagreb. And after I did the upper cases and lower cases, I started thinking what could be useful to have as a graphic designer, like what other tool or like what other style could be useful. So I decided I will make small caps, even though it's not really a usual thing to do in this kind of a typeface, because it's not really like a book typeface or for continuous reading. But I thought, let's make like a twist. So I made the small caps quite wider than the standard caps, which kind of gives you almost like a new style, even though technically they are incorporated into the typeface as open type small caps feature. So these are the small caps and their figures. And then the italics. For the italics, from the start, I knew I wanted to make them just slanted italics. And it came actually, I think, exactly after I worked on commercial types graphic italics of like 6 widths. So basically, I had an opportunity to learn how to really draw properly slanted italics of a sense. So I'm glad that this project came after graphic italics. So this is the basic structure of 5 weights, italics and small caps. And this is the way kind of how I thought you can use it. So the difference in the width of the small caps gives you a different rhythm, and it's an opportunity to use it for emphasis instead of italics, or if the caps feel too much, or yeah. And if you don't like the peculiar shapes of letters like the S or U or G, you can always use the alternates, even though I kind of think it defeats the purpose in this typeface, because the whole character is made out of these few letters. So that was the typeface, but I actually wanted to tell you a little bit of the backstory of it and this kind of a roundabout way of its life from beginning to finish to publishing it. My first idea for the name was conducteur, which in Croatian means the person who checks the tickets in trams and buses. But I thought it's maybe too literal and maybe too local for a name. So I changed it to conductor. but that also didn't feel right. So the next step was conductor. And this was the name that the project had most of its life. But before we published it, there was another typeface with the same name published by Tobias Frere-Jones. So we also had to quit on this name, and it ended up on Halte. Also, the typeface, since it's based on the letter shapes from Zagreb, I thought it would make most sense to publish it with Typo9, a foundry run by my former teacher Nikola Jurek. And we agreed on everything, but in the meantime, Typo9 and Typotech merged, so now it's on Typotech. So again, not really as I imagined, but maybe for the better. The typeface includes a bunch of these funny pictograms, like the tram and the bus, but they are actually drawn in a way that you have the initial, the medial, and the final form. So you can do something like this, even though I'm not sure why you would do it. And it's not that like these trams and buses exist, but I thought it would be funny to be able to do it. So just a quick, we'll go back to the first part with the signs. I tried contacting also the museum of Technical Museum in Zagreb, and also the Museum of Arts and Crafts, if they know something about the sign, or at least if they would like to have the sign as part of their industrial heritage or something, because I didn't see anything like this anywhere. So I thought it would be nice to have it like in a museum to keep it. This didn't happen, so I got an idea. The safest place for these signs would be at my house. So actually I tried to steal them. It turns out I'm not very good at stealing. I didn't have the tools, then I bought the tools, then the screws would break. So I quit on stealing the sign, and I thought, okay, I'll make my own. I'll make a replica. So first I had a friend help me with this cutout, painting it, and we used this as a mold, and I got it cast in aluminum, painted it myself, and then painted the front side by hand. And the thing is that when the project is done, sometimes it kind of it's not satisfactory enough. So I had a feeling it would be like a celebration if I actually make the replica of the sign. So this is the aluminum sign in its original size, the same as the ones that are still on the streets, but this time in my typeface. But after that, I got a craving for making other goodies like this, especially this enamel pin, but also silkscreen poster, and also some holographic stickers. So after some time, all of these ephemera collected, and most of it I showed in an exhibition here in Zagreb. So the badges, and here you can see some other posters and the sign. So the typeface is available at Typotech. And that's it for this project. The next project I want to talk about is the one that's almost finished, and it's a rector, and it's going to be published, I hope, soon with production type. So the story again starts quite local. It starts with a design pitch for an identity of a museum that's based in Zadar in two palaces. So there are two old palaces that are during renovation, they're being connected, and they are being used as a cultural center for exhibitions, for some sort of performances or concerts. The buildings have really a rich history, dating from the 13th century, but with the fundamentals, like the base of the building, is actually dated to Roman times. So this project, the design pitch was done together with my friends Niko Mihajlovic and Iva Marija Juric. And the concept was that we wanted to show this change, this way this building adapted to different conditions, different times, and that you can always see all of these layers. So basically going like from a line to a frame to a full shape. That was kind of the concept for the exhibition layout, but this was very easily translated into typeface, into shapes of letters. So here you have an in kind of a hairline or inline style, an outline style, and like a regular full style. And this is what it looks like with full letters, and this is how it looks like when you combine them. This was the basic logo, and since it was a pitch, not everything is done perfectly here, but the idea was kind of clear, to have a system of typefaces that you can combine freely with each other, and that already by themselves produce sort of a visual language that could be interesting. For the basis kind of this typeface, I was influenced by Albertus, by Berthold Wolpe, which I'm still a fan of his work, and Albertus in particular. So the caps kind of take cues from here, even though if you compare them, they are not that similar. But these are the caps I drew. This is the outline style I drew. Then the hairline style, and also like heavier weight of the hairline. So basically like sans caps that we thought could be useful for signage or just anything that, yeah. This is our idea of how the typeface could be used, of posters, booklets, tote bags, or a website. So for better or worse, we did not win the design pitch. We got the second or third prize, not sure. And the typeface was left at my hard drive, but I thought I have something interesting. Just I wasn't really sure what to do with it. Should I develop it or not? But I kind of had an idea that it could be good. So after some time, I met Quentin from then Production Type. I think now he's with Swiss Type. I showed the typeface to him. He showed it to Jean-Baptiste from Production Type, and they agreed to publish it. So I was super happy with that, and this was kind of the motivation that I needed to push the project to the second stage. So what needed to be done is, of course, to make the typeface more useful, you need the lowercase. This was the first sketch of my lowercase, where it's not so much based on Albertus anymore, but you can see some similarities because it is influenced by the caps I drew for the design pitch. And this is the final version of it. And if you compare they are not that different. So for the lower cases, I kind of had an intuitive idea what I wanted them to be. This is just how it looks. Kneževa Palača is the name of the palace. Wait, okay. But then I also needed the italics. For the italics, I thought I really wanted to have kind of a steep angle because it makes the typeface have more, I would say, like a contemporary feel to it. But the rest of the shapes, unlike for the lowercase Romans, I didn't really have an exact idea what I wanted it to be. So for me, the best way to see what I want is to just do it, just to try it out. So I did a bunch of versions with different terminals, with different angles, how the strokes connect. So after some time and some different variations, I mean, this was done fairly quickly just to test out like the texture and the feel of the typeface. But at the end, this is somewhere where it landed and something where I was happy with it. So it's really kind of a true italic, not in the sense that it's cursive, but it has a little bit of this cursive influences, but the shapes are drawn in like very precise and strict way, which I thought would complement well the Roman styles. The second thing to improve after the pitch was the outline version. So my first idea was I will just remove all the horizontals and that will be it. But this didn't really work. So as you can see, somewhere the horizontals are removed, somewhere some other parts. So I tried to make a system that works for all the shapes. But at some point I realized that it's better to have slight variations than to be super consistent and get shapes that don't look that well. So this is the version of the outline style that I ended up with. So then again, I needed the lowercase for the outline styles. And drawing this was quite fun because you already have the shapes and you're just testing out how much of which part you need to delete to get still the feel of the letter, but to make it visually consistent with all the other letters. And this is the final version of the lower cases of the outline style. So at this point, I already kind of had the idea of what the family plan would be and what kind of, let's say, a type system it would be. It's divided into two categories, display and serif, with the hairline and outline styles being the display part and 6 weights for the serif part. And maybe it's a bit more clear shown in this way. The hairline is connected to the extra light in the sense that it's matched optically, even though the weights are not the same. Since it's a lower contrast, it's monoline, it needed to have a thinner stems to look the same as the high contrast extra light. The outline version is based on the regular. So the extra light and the hairline, extra light italic, hairline italic, and then the black. For the black, I had a lot of doubts. Should I even draw it? Basically, I drew it only to use it as as a heavy extreme for interpolation, and my plan was to only go up to bold, because I had a feeling that this kind of a typeface getting too bold or getting too chunky, that it will lose too much of its identity. But after working on it for some time, I realized that even though the character of the typeface, this style, does change a little bit, it's still useful to have it for editorial purposes. So this is the black italic. And also, if you don't like these legs of R or K or the ampersand or the Q, you can always use the alternates, which help you get a little bit cleaner forms, because everything aligns to the baseline that way. So this is how all the styles look combined. Here you can see the hairline, the outline, the extra light, and I think I didn't expect these shapes and this sort of a typeface when I started the project, but now I'm quite happy how it turned out. So the typeface will be available at production type, I guess, early next year. Which brings me to the last project I want to talk about, the one that's not done, not even half of it. The working title is Dune, but it doesn't have anything to do with Dune, the book or the movie, even though I like them. It has to do with the Dubrovnik and Neretva County, and again, a pitch that we didn't win. So, Dubrovnik is a city in Croatia that looks like this, and it's quite amazing, I would say. It has a rich history. It was its own republic at some point. It really looks like this, and you might know it from Game of Thrones, where it was used for King's Landing. So the design pitch was done together with two friends and colleagues of mine, Lana Cavar and Narcisa Vukojević. And from the start, we wanted to so the pitch was for design of the tourist board of Dubrovnik and Neretva County. And we wanted to base the identity on the rich history of the region. From a typographical point of view, you can view this rich history in this kind of examples of monumental capitals that you can find all over Dubrovnik, but also a lot of these things, so more of sort of uncial lettering, so shapes that are quite different and basically more influenced by handwriting. The third influence was sort of a modernist, brutalist approach, with the best example being signage for a hotel on an island next to Dubrovnik. So the signage was done in concrete on the buildings themselves. Some of them are not so good, but some of them are really nice, like these numbers. The architect also signed his name very subtly on the building. And here at the end, you can see an interesting version of how to treat Croatian diacritics. So it's a C acute that you can see here. So my approach was to kind of see how I can merge all these influences into one thing. I didn't have an exact idea what it needs to be. So the best way to go to me seemed to just test out everything. So this sketch is not too pretty, but I just pushed on and tried to test out as many versions as possible, keeping in mind that the typeface, if we win, would be used for promotional purposes of the region. So it needed to show the heritage, but it also needed to be contemporary. It needed to talk about what Dubrovnik is now and the region. So I didn't want to leave it at like a revival of letterings from like the 7th century or something like that. So here you can see some interpretations of the uncial letters. And here we are getting, okay, the modernist Nikola Dobrović approach that you saw on the signage for the hotels. And here we get to something that begins to be interesting from my perspective. Some inlines, and basically this was it. This was the identity, or at least let's say the logo. And you might say that you don't really see any of the things I mentioned of the 3 influences, but I would argue that it doesn't imitate any of the influences literally, but it does have kind of like monumental caps proportions, but it's a sans, but it's also kind of chiseled in a very brutalist way. So all the shapes, I tried to draw them as simple as possible. Yeah, and that's basically what led me to this version of the typeface. I did draw a few of these alternates that reference the shapes I found there. They are more uncial style, but we didn't use them in the end. This was the posters and visuals designed by my colleagues, which I think works very nice together with the letters and the way the images are combined. But yeah, so we didn't get the pitch again. But I was left again with the idea for a typeface that I thought is interesting. Similarly, like with Rector, the first next step was to draw lowercase. And with the lower cases, it's a different game than with upper cases, especially if you want to simplify the shapes and make them like more brutal or more geometric. But I guess it can still work. It was a bit harder to do than the upper cases, but it's doable. Just a small comparison to the A of Rector. I guess they're quite similar, even though I didn't plan them like that, but they were drawn, I think maybe in the same year. So it's probably because of that. I tried to extend it to a lighter weight, which is not there yet. And a lot of the shapes, especially in the lowercase, don't work. Like the way the shapes are drawn for the bold, they don't really work in the light. So I'm still undecided on what to do with this. Should I keep it consistent or just draw every style differently? And I thought that bold that I showed earlier, that was going to be the heavy extreme. But just for the fun of it, I tried to make even heavier version. And after I drew it, I was quite happy with it. And you can see again that here letters like A or G look completely different than in the lighter styles. What I like about this is that it gets this kind of a graphic quality where it starts really looking like shapes and less like letters. And then a funky italic, which I'm still not sure about, but this is the phase where it is currently. And the way I see it could be combined, or just kind of a waterfall of styles. So this one is not finished. I'm quite unsure what will happen with it, but I wanted to show it just as a proof of concept that when you start at one point, you don't really know where you're gonna end up. So that was my talk. I'm sorry that the full screen presentation didn't work. And thank you, hvala. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. So let me stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much, Herboya. Awesome work, and you had me at Game of Thrones, so.
Thank you.
¿Alguien tiene preguntas? Does anybody has some questions to Herboya? Okay, don't hesitate to ask. Carnal, Herboya, I got a complete question which has to be with your style to craft the typefaces. And I want to know what's behind your mind or your process to don't repeat shapes, and how do you understand the performing of from project to project, the different notions to define a style, because sometimes we have to struggle on don't repeat some shades behind your forms, because everybody has their own way to develop and craft it and draw it. But what do you suggest to try your best in every single project?
So I'm not sure if I completely understood your question, but I'll try to answer anyway. So, I mean, for me, when I'm drawing the type, I usually don't have a super clear idea of what I want to do with it. So my approach is to test out a lot of things. And as far as like the thing I mentioned with the details and some sort of inconsistencies, so like in Halte, that some terminals are different, or in Rector, the outline styles that similar letters don't have the exact same outline. I think it comes from maybe while studying in The Hague, something I either heard from Fred Smyers or read, that you don't need to duplicate all the shapes. Like you do it now because you can select a part of the letter and copy paste it. But earlier, if you would draw it by hand or if you would carve it in a punch, you would draw the same shape, but in the context of a different letter, which means that that shape itself would also change a little bit. So I think I like that because then I have a feeling that the letters lose this mechanical, repetitive nature, and that they get more of a lively, dancing kind of, I don't know, atmosphere, style, something. Is that an answer?
Yeah, yeah, I found it really, really good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
¿Alguien más que quiera preguntarle algo? ¿Les ayudamos a traducir? ¿Alguna duda?
There's a question in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. So the question, I can read it, yeah. About Halte, did you apply any aspects to it for it to have legibility above average because the original comes from signage? Miguel is making jokes here in the chat. I think this should be forbidden.
Yeah.
Okay, so about Halte, actually, no. I think the signage, the way it was done here, the original signs, I don't really feel that they were concerned with legibility. I think they just made their own version of DIN or like some sort of a combination of DIN and maybe a little bit of Art Nouveau forms. So that was what I liked about the typeface and the shapes. So I really wasn't that concerned with legibility. So it's not really a typeface for signage. And since the proportions are as they are, so quite condensed, I think that it's not super legible in smaller sizes. So it's not really a display typeface, but it's not really a text typeface. You can use it at like 12, 13 points. I mean, you can use it smaller, but there are typefaces that perform better at smaller sizes. So yeah, I wasn't really that concerned with legibility, but as I said, more with let's say aesthetic values and maybe it being a useful tool for some sort of contemporary graphic design, print, digital, whatever, but not really legibility. Yeah, okay. So more questions or?
Do you want me to unmute Miguel? Do you really?
You can unmute Miguel if you want. If he will say something.
No, I don't have any questions. I came late, so.
As always.
Why you come late to my lecture, man?
I already have a lot to do. No, sorry. No questions. Just support.
Thank you.
Late support.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Haruoya. Really inspiring, and I will.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you for inviting me and organizing the conference in these conditions. So
yeah.
I'm looking forward to see the rest of the lectures. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much. We are having a 5-minute break, you know, to get some drink and stretch the leg, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right. Thank you.
Bueno, pues un cafecito para todas. Nos vemos en 5 minutos.
Sí.
Hola, hola a todo el mundo. Regresamos a las transmisiones en vivo desde Monterrey, donde están los headquarters de Tipografía México. Ya estamos listas para la siguiente charla.
Okay, let
Nada
me
más avisándoles que escuchen esta voz porque ya va a comenzar.
Can you guys hear me? Let me see.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Yes. Hello, Katia.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for joining us, and I will present you in Spanish. So here we go. Katia Schimmel, is that pronounced right?
Yeah.
Katia Schimmel es una diseñadora tipográfica de Alemania y trabaja para Grilly Type. En 2018 se graduó del programa de Type and Media de la KBK en La Haya y posteriormente realizó una pasantía como ingeniera tipográfica en Alphabet Type en Berlín, donde conoció la producción tipográfica. Desde 2019 ha estado en activa como diseñadora tipográfica independiente para grandes y pequeños clientes internacionales y se unió a Grilly Type en 2020. Además del dibujo, ha agregado la ingeniería de fuentes a todo su arsenal como un enfoque adicional. Katia ha trabajado en el diseño y producción de proyectos personalizados y ha adquirido experiencia trabajando en tipografías de otros diseñadores. And please welcome Katia. The floor is yours. Just let me stop sharing and you are good to go.
Okay, wait. I have to check out which screen. Yep. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen? Nice. Can you still see it?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so thanks for inviting me. I'm happy to be part of this great conference with a lot of other great speakers and workshops. My talk will be in English and I will be talking about kerning. So, but mostly stuff I rather do than kerning. So I will get into the kerning process and share some resources on kerning pairs and strings and present some stuff that I have done in the time I should have spent on kerning. For example, like a proof generator app where you can automatically generate kerning proofs with InDesign. So let me quickly introduce myself in English. I'm Katja, I'm a type designer from Germany. And my interest in letters started during my bachelor studies at the Bauhaus University in Weimar. And I was always interested in building stuff and I did some lettering and calligraphy. And I always want to combine those things and test stuff with different materials. So I made installations and 3-dimensional letters and stuff like that. And after my bachelor studies, I went to, what a surprise, to Type Media in The Hague to do my master there. And I met a lot of nice people and I learned how nerdy type design can be. After Type Media, I released my master project Tweak, which is a type family with 2 styles. So it has like a text style and a display style, and the display style is a variable font, and you can get it on future fonts if you're interested in testing it out and see what it can do. Afterwards, I went for an internship to Berlin, to Alphabet Type, and I learned a lot about font engineering and mastering and font production. And after that, I worked like for, I think, almost a year as a freelance type designer. And now I joined Grilly Type this year. Grilly is a Swiss type foundry, and we are all working remote. So this is our attempt to make a group picture. Yeah, I work there as a type designer and do also some font production. And lately I also had to do like a lot of kerning. So I thought, yeah, maybe let's make this talk about kerning because everybody loves it so much. What's kerning? Kerning is the process of adjusting the space between individual letter forms in proportional fonts. So you don't need kerning in monospaced fonts, which is also nice. So despite of being like tedious work, it's like a very straightforward process. You do your kerning, you prove it in like proofs that you print or watch it on screen, and then you fix it, and then you repeat it and prove and fix and kern and repeat and until it's perfect. So it doesn't sound so bad, right? Before you start with kerning, you should be very confident with the spacing you did. So with a very balanced spacing, you can reduce the amount of work you have to put into kerning. And it's always a good idea to reduce the amount of work you put into kerning. You should be happy with your design and the shapes you did. A friend of mine, Namrita Goyal, told me to do a better job at kerning. You just have to do a better job at design. So while you are designing, you always have to think about like how the typeface will be produced and stuff like that. But you shouldn't be like just about production. You still have fun designing your typeface, because kerning is done at very late stages of the design process. And you should be, until then, you should be happy with your design. And if you really want to have like a cap R with like a very long extended leg that's curly and touching other letters, you should go for it and not think about like the kerning, because you just have to work around it. Another thing, what's pretty helpful is setting up kerning groups, because it saves you a lot of time while kerning. So you decide which letters look similar and you put them in the same left and right kerning groups. And it's pretty easy for like grotesque fonts or oblique fonts. And what's tricky is, I think it's maybe like a serif italic, or if you have letters like the zeta, which definitely need their own groups. If everything is set up, you just need to start kerning. So you have your spacing, your kerning groups, and your glyphs set up. So you can just, technically you can just start with your letter A and you stare at it, and then you think about like how many kerning pairs you will have to do, and then at some point you just start making coffee and stare out of the window for a while, because you realize that it's going to be a lot of work. So after recovering from that realization, you can go back to your letter A, and so you can start placing the whole alphabet next to your A and start kerning. But you don't want to kern combination that's a combination that will never be used in any specific writing system you're designing your font for. So instead of diving right into the kerning, you can spend some time researching kerning pairs. So a good place to start, if you like doing a basic Latin font is the Kern King, which is, I think, almost a classic. This is also why it's on the Wayback Machine on the internet. So yeah, it shows you like most likely appearing glyph combinations in the English language. And you can just copy them into a layout program like InDesign and then check your font with it. Another thing that's great is the project context of diacritics. And it's made to help you refine the character set for the typeface you're working on, specific to the language you're designing for. And it shows you like glyph combinations that happen in real life, and you can extract kerning pairs from that too. If you have languages like Cyrillic or Greek, you can use the text generator from Just Another Foundry. So they also have like Hebrew, what do they have? Like Romanian, Swedish. So you can just pick a language and it will generate a text of specific glyph combinations for that language. And yeah, you can just put everything that you collected into a text file or yeah, directly into a layout program. And you can search for kerning pairs that fit to your project and support the languages you're designing for. So you can collect everything in a text file, and then you can really start kerning. So you export your font, you install your font, you copy paste the kerning pairs into a layout program, then yeah, you install your font, you look at the kerning strings you just searched on the internet, and then you make a list like of problematic kerning pairs and make corrections in font editor based on this list of kerning pairs. Then you export again and improve again and fix again until it's perfect. So it can be, depending on the scope of your project and the amount of styles you have and the character set, it can be very, kerning can take longer than expected. Like a friend of mine used to say during type media, kerning is a little bit like internal bleeding, which sometimes I agree to that. So you're dragging letters back and forth, you export, you prove, you repeat. And if you do a good job, people won't notice that you did kerning. And if you do a bad job, they will judge you on Twitter or something. And yeah, I think that's enough reasons to distract yourself from the kerning process itself. For example, by expanding sample strings, expanding your sample string collection. So this is what I did while I was working on the language extension for GT America, because I had to find resources on kerning Greek and Cyrillic. I started a collection of text documents that I copied from different websites that I just showed you. And I copied them to InDesign and made proofs with InDesign to check for the necessary kerning pairs. But because I copied from different websites, it was very hard for me to find a structure in those kerning strings. And because, of course, they all had different approaches to display kerning pairs, because different designers have different preferences. And it was either, for me, it was either too much context and I couldn't concentrate on the kerning, or it was not enough context and I was concentrating on details that nobody would notice in the end. So what I found when I started at Grillitype is they had like a nice collection already with sample strings for Latin. And you can just upload it to Glyphs app and just click through it, and you have like a cool collection of strings to work with. What I especially liked was the kerning strings. So they were displayed in, like you had one kerning pair at the beginning of the line, and then it was shown in context. And for me, it was like very nice to scroll through it and see like this is something my brain likes, and I can work with that. So I applied the same structure to the Cyrillic and kerning strings I collected, and yeah, that's something I want to share with you, so you can later download it if you want and use it in your own project. So let's have a closer look if you have time for that. So the first block is about Latin. So it starts with like, you can use the first, every line that starts with a 1, you can use to check like for your basic proportions of key letters like H, O, and lowercase n and O and stuff like that. And you can quickly also check like special glyphs like the punctuation symbols and stuff like that. From the lines 2 to 3 are the Latin block, which is more about spacing and kerning. So 2.1 is Latin spacing, like the basics you should have spaced, and like the basic characters without diacritics. And you should really do that before you get into the next block, which is 2.2 Latin kerning basics. So already you also, before that, you should do like a thorough job on spacing. So 2.2 is are essential Latin kerning pairs. So you have like stuff that should have symmetrical kerning or should definitely have kerning in the end. And if you have this kerned in your font, you at least have something. But I wouldn't stop there. So you can go more into depth kerning. So the next, I think from 3.1 to 3.6 is in-depth kerning, like uppercase to uppercase, lowercase to lowercase, uppercase to lowercase, and numerals and punctuation and currencies and stuff like that. So that's something to do, sadly. And then it goes further with the lines 4 to 5, which is like the Cyrillic block with the same structure as the Latin. So you start with your spacing that you should definitely do. And then you can go back further to the essential Cyrillic kerning, which I think right now is like too many essential kerning pairs, and I really have to do more research into what actually happens in Cyrillic and what pairs can just get lost in this area. And then you have like in-depth kerning, the same as in Latin. But sadly, I haven't found a word for every kerning pair that's showing here. So I have to do more research into that and work on that. So if you have tips on how to find Cyrillic words with specific glyph combinations, let me know. And yeah, there's also line 6 to 7 is Greek. There's the Greek language block. So it's the same as Latin and Cyrillic, first with the spacing, then kerning essentials, and in-depth kerning, same problem as in Cyrillic, missing the context words here. And in the additional kerning checks are in line, all the lines starting with 8 are just like language specific kerning language specific kerning exceptions, like for example the 2 times the diaresis next to each other or something like that, that you should definitely check, or at least if you want to do like a thorough job on your kerning. Yeah, that's the general structure of it, and currently the sample strings support the Latin plus character set by Underwear, the Adobe Greek 1 and Adobe Cyrillic 2 character set. So yeah, you can use this sample text to prove with InDesign. So you can just go from line to line and start your kerning in the font editor, or you just at the beginning, before you start kerning in your font editor, you should like copy this text to InDesign and do some proofs of it to find out what you really need to kern, because this can be different for the design you are making. So I did this for a while, like proofing with InDesign, but it got really annoying after a time, because you always have to have issues with InDesign that are okay if you do like a regular graphic design job. No, not even there. It's not okay, because you always have to like find and replace fonts. And if you have like a font with multiple masters and multiple weights, you have in the end like 1 million pages, and you lose like the overview what is happening. So after changing the font, for example, into an expanded style, you like the whole text is not showing, because the text doesn't fit in the window anymore, in the text window. So stuff like that is always happening. And also with the sample strings I'm sharing, there's also like this \n character in it, which is like the new line character. And if you just copy it to InDesign, it will just be like a \n instead of a new line character. So yeah, I started thinking about the automation of this process of proof generating. And I found a very cool app, which is called Specimen Dropper from Alphabet Type. And you can just drag and drop your font file into that app, and it automatically generates a type specimen with the font you dropped. And yeah, it's pretty cool, because it's open source, and you can just develop it, and you can adapt the layout that's in there. So it uses like 2 elements. You have your font and the layout proof template. I call it that, but it was called specimen template before. So you can just adapt the specimen template to fit your needs and to create specimens with it. And what I wanted to have is like a specific content for those proofs. So I couldn't just like place the TT sample strings document into it, because it had this issue with the new line character that I showed you, and I didn't want to have all the content in it. Like I only wanted to have like lines 2 to 7. So what I did is write a small Python script to format this TT sample strings text document. And it's pretty simple. So it just replaces all the new line characters, the \n characters, with like InDesign readable new line characters. And it separates the essential kerning and spacing from in-depth kerning. So it just goes through the lines, and it reads like, if the line starts with the number 2, it's meant it's like basic kerning or spacing. So it puts it like into Latin basic txt file. And if the line starts with 3, it puts it in depth kerning, so the Latin kerning txt file. And those 6 text files are now used in the proof document. And yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same with so the Python, the Python script separates also the languages. So you have like 3 different txt documents that are now used in the template proof layout file. So yeah, that's the concept of the proof generator. So it's a tool for automating the process of generating proving documents in InDesign. with a predefined sample string. And the proof in the font editor and the proof itself in InDesign, they use the same sample string, so you can quickly screen the proof for issues in the kerning pairs, and you can fastly adapt it in the font editor. And it also takes advantages of the layout program, like functions, like open type features, language-specific text setting, but it eliminates the repetitive tasks from the process. You can download it from the GrillyType GitHub repo. You just download the zip and you can unzip it, the proof generator app, and then drop it into the applications folder on your Mac. And you can also upload the GT sample strings text file into the sample strings into Glyphs app, for example. And then it already should work. So you can export your font, you can drop it into the proof generator and check the proofs. And then you mark the issues that you find in the kerning pairs, and you go back to your font editor, and you can there also use the sample text to quickly find the lines you marked in the proof PDF. So I think that's pretty awesome. You can drop multiple font files and it will generate different proofs for you. Not the same proof, but with different font files. So you can also edit the sample text, but you should edit the sample text in the app itself, because otherwise the app won't recognize it's something changed. So yeah, if you edit it, you can then, there's a strings folder in the app, and you have to run again the Python script. So the GT sample strings txt file is like the original, and then you run a Python script, and it exports like all the other txt files, and they will be linked in the InDesign proof. This is quickly showing you how to run the script. You go into the application and you open your terminal, and then you have to go to the strings folder in the app, and then you run the Python script, and it should automatically generate you the sample strings. If it works, but it worked before, so. So after you have generated the new txt files, you have to relink them in the InDesign file, in the InDesign proof. So you open the IDML that is in the application, and you have to update the links that are the text links. But what happens then is with updating the links, the font also switches. But so it switches back to something standard like Minion Regular. And then you have the program needs a non-standard font to work. So to know which text will be replaced. So you can just use find and replace again. I'm sorry for that, but you can find and replace the Minion. What was it? Minion Regular with something else like Helvetica Bold or something. And then you also have to realign the text with the grid, because until now paragraph styles are not working yet, so it's really a work in progress, but I'm on the case. So this also brings me to the future. of the proof generator. So I really have to fix these relinking issues and the paragraph style issues in the layout file. I really want to have like automatically resizing text sizes if like the text is too big for the window and stuff like that. And I also have like Devanagari strings from Namrata that I really want to put into this. So you can also test Devanagari. And yeah, those arbitrary lines that are still in the Cyrillic and Greek sample strings really need some wording. And yeah, expanding maybe the whole set to also be able to prove shapes and spacing and in use and stuff like that. So yeah, it currently works for Mac. I'm new to making apps of any kind, so please send me feedback and ideas and issues you find. So for saying that, I don't know when I will be able to work on it further. So there are some other proving tools out there. For example, EQX by Sorkin Type, which is currently in development, but you can already test it. Another cool thing is TypeX from ArrowType, where you can just replace the font on any website with the font you're currently working on. And of course, Drawbot, which I think is also, there's a workshop today with David Jonathan Roth. If you have the chance, join it. And it's, yeah, Drawbot is pretty fun for designers to animate or build proofs and stuff like that. There's a nice introduction by Roberto Arista that you could really check out. So technically, I think now you really have, I mean, now nothing stands in the way to get work on kerning done. So maybe some shortcuts that you can use is like increasing the kerning steps you do your kerning with, so you don't kern in like units of 1, but in units of 5, that you can also easily do in Glyphs app. Another thing is kerning with a controller, so you can set up controller shortcuts to at least have some fun. I'm using an Xbox controller and the Gamepad companion app. Yeah, there's also something Santiago wrote for the Nintendo Switch, the Joy-Con controller. So yeah, I think it's even more fun with a Joy-Con, hopefully. And yeah, I think now you're really set up and you can just start kerning, maybe look for some nice podcast or yeah, a colleague of mine and me, we did a collaborative playlist about kerning with classics like Life is Suffering or Time After Time. So you can follow this and have fun kerning. I think, yeah, that's like the resources I shared. So yeah, if you have questions or if I can like help with stuff, let me know.
Oh my God, thank you so much for all that fun. All right, questions? All of it. Great work, Katia.
Thank you.
I have one question, sorry for interrupting. The logo, it's animated while
Preguntas, a ver, no se amontonen.
Yeah, I think that's also something you can spend your time on, like generating logos. So, yeah. But it's something my brother sent me. It's called Wobble Paint, and you can just paint something, and it then automatically like animates. Okay, which is pretty cool.
Great.
Yes, sorry. Question. Was the sound okay? I think maybe. something was rubbing against my microphone or something.
Yeah,
Oh.
something.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sort of stopped right after I sent that message. So
There is a question on the chat.
all right, here's a good one. So does kerning get easier and faster with time?
I think it does, but also because at some point you just don't think about it, and maybe, yeah, I think it does at some point. Easier, I don't know, but you can just go through it.
Yeah. Mm. All right. Oh, yeah. The links that you showed on the last keynote.
I can, should I put everything in the chat or just maybe send a picture or?
Yeah, you can drop it in the chat.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you so much, Kathy. I really enjoyed that kerning stuff, and I think that you are one of the only ones that enjoy doing kerning, but no.
It's now. But yeah, I think it's fun to like try making your life a bit easier.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Katia, again. And
thank
you. And now we are going to present our next speaker or master.
He is.
I'm here.
All right, Peter, you are in the house. All right, so bear with me. I'm going to try to not get too sentimental in this introduction, Peter. It's obviously just a pleasure and an honor to get to introduce you and sort of be sitting on this side of things. So Peter Van Blokland is far from a stranger to so many of us. He's spent so much of his life innovating, lecturing, and teaching, and in turn has been the entry point to this industry for so many of us. But unlike so many of our heroes, may they be designers, thinkers, musicians, or artists, Peter has an uncanny ability to meet you where you are, wherever that is. Whether you're installing a font on your computer for the first time ever, or developing tools for visual automation. And this is one of those reasons that Peter is so beloved in this industry. And I think I can say that for a lot of us. A little bit about his background. Peter Van Blokland is the co-owner of his own design studio with his partner, Claudia Menz, which they founded in 1982. He's a graduate of the Royal Academy of the Arts in The Hague with a background in industrial design, which he studied at Delft Technical University. Peter works in typography, type design, automation, automation of the design process, theory, and developing software tools. With partner Claudia Menz, he's developed live design games, like the design game that we all know so well, at various art schools and conferences around the world, and published columns in design magazines on various topics. Besides lecturing and teaching, his current focus is on international projects, all related to typography and type design. Peter is the co-founder of both WebType and Type Network, where he also heads the various tool development projects. You can find his foundry, Typehater, at Type Network. And you can also find some of his recent endeavors at Design Space, which is an online study environment. So with that, Peter, I'm going to pass this over to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for the nice introduction, Claire. Always a pleasure. And thank you, Santiago and others, for the invitation to show some stuff, to talk about some stuff. I had to switch my normal teaching evening for this, but that's okay. They do it tomorrow. That would not have been easy to not switching it because most of the evenings are teaching evenings. I'll show you some stuff that I'm doing. I have some content taken over from the recent Lublin lecture that I did, but it's mostly the slides, and the story will be different. So even if you saw that, then this is hopefully new or well. Okay, let's share screen. Oh, this. Are you seeing my screen, including the things right now? That's maybe not a good thing.
Yes.
So I better can do the window thing. Can't see my mouse anymore. Does it go full screen this way? Can you see my full screen now?
Yeah.
Just because I see the others as well. But
we're just seeing basic coding in Python #1.
Okay. This one. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is a lecture with some layers, and designers love complexity. I would put it the other way around. If you don't love complexity, you won't last much long as a designer, I think, because then your job is easy and anybody can do it. And then why would your customer pay for it? So what I'm trying to sketch is the context of what I believe that designers should be wanting to work in, because that is one of the possible answers to a difficult question. If you're graduating now, if you're studying design, or you're a starting designer, what is it that you will be doing 20 years from now, 30 years from now? And you can't even predict the world in 5 years, or let's say the next 4 years, unfortunately. And if you add to that the lifespan of expected designers in the future will be around 100, and around that time also the retirement age, that's a huge gap. So on one side it expands, the age of retirement is later and later, and we have less and less idea what will happen next year. So how do you fill that gap? And of course you cannot predict the future, but in my experience, which is let's say 30, 40 years of running a design studio, is that some things don't change. And that is, if you look at the process itself, with all the technology and with all the electronics that we have, it's still hard to learn a musical instrument. And being able to play a musical instrument is something that people want to pay for. Pushing buttons is probably not something they want to pay for, because they can do it themselves. So anything that is automated, if it's an auto-kern button in your tool, or it is drop your stuff here and it will do it for you, that's hard to make a living from, because that's what people do. They do it themselves. They don't need to hire you as a designer. So unfortunately, the complex things, the difficult things, are the topics that you will be paid for, and those are also the hardest to learn, and it takes the longest time to learn. And do you have that time? And can you explain to people why it took you 10 years to learn this instrument? And because now people want to pay a ticket to come, or they want to buy your music, or they want to go to the theater to see that, because it's something really exceptional, because it took 10 years to learn, or longer. And so the skill part, being able to do something, is in my view, something that remains, that is, and whatever that is, that may change in the future, but the process itself is kind of independent to it. So this lecture has several layers. One is it shows a bit of the things I do. That's easier because, as an example, it never is the issue like please do it the same way, because it's already there. You can do your own. But if you lift it a little bit up in a higher level, what is it? The way that I'm doing that, or the way that I'm teaching in the way that I'm doing it, or that others could do it. That's more generic and it's more lasting. That probably won't change in the next couple of decades. So the way you work stays the same. What you do is different. You already saw it a bit. I've been teaching for 30 years or so, and the same was Claudia. We decided to stop that. I'm still teaching in type media, but it's only 12 evenings a year. But at some point, like I said, 3-4 years ago, I was teaching at the Master Graphic Design in Breda for 2 days a week, and that was a bit too much. At some point I found that I had more hours there than all the hours of all the other teachers combined. So it turned out to be my own education, which was not good. So I stopped there. I changed 2 weeks per year to 2 weeks per week to, no, I'm sorry, 2 days per week into 2 weeks per year. So we do this workshop similar as I do now online. And then we decided to bundle our knowledge and experience of teaching into an online environment that has become Design Science Space, which was launched during ETAPA in Montreal 4 years ago. 4 years ago. That has been running since. It's always a slow start, that kind of things, but overall, in the past couple of years, we had over 200 people, 200 students for a longer, shorter period of time, a couple of days or a couple of weeks or a couple of months doing studies. And it's intended to be a master study. So it's not, if you don't want to do it, I'm not going to chase you on doing homework. You would love to do it or not, you don't have to do it for us. But apart from that, it is, we started as an idea that if you are a master study, if you seek for a master study, you're a designer running a studio somewhere in the world and you're not able to study for 2 years in a master to do an additional study or 1 year in type media, you cannot afford that because you're like too old or kids and family, but still you would like to do a sabbatical. And so the way we started this is thinking if we make an environment where people can study everything they like, anytime they like, for any length they like, that's ideal. And indeed, people say, hey, that's ideal. And the practice is that they don't, because they can start anytime, so they can start anytime and not today. So we did it for 2 years, and then we changed the pace a bit. When Corona started, we had 6 free workshops of 15 people each, different topics. They were booked in 3 days all. because it's free, I guess, and people didn't have anything else to do, sitting home with Corona. So that was our summer, and then we got a lot of feedback from that. We used that information in how can we shape the way the workshops work and how we offer them in a different way. Also about pricing and about the amount of freedom that people have. So at September, we started with a series of 2-week workshops. That was one of the things that came out of the six workshops we did over the summer. The free ones where people say, yeah, you want to have too much topics in 2 weeks. Why not split that whole thing into four workshops of 2 weeks? So then we did more focus. It's more like you buy a kit for building a model airplane. Some of the things are already there, the motors and the electronics, and for the rest the skill is to make it from foam board and make it fly. That kind of idea. Everything is in there, and at the end you have the skills to do something. You made something that is really useful for daily practice. Various topics. So we published them until March, and today we published on the website the whole sequence until next year summer, which has and during this course I'll introduce you to some of them as where they are connected to the things that I'm presenting. So that's that was the commercial part. So let's go to work. And so in the problem with words, if you're interested in my words lecture, it's still online. That was a Liberty lecture 3 years ago or so. A long lecture about the problem that people use words and they assume that the other side of the communication accepts that or understands that it has the same meaning. And then you can show that's never the case. So if you talk about design, it's both a noun and a verb. What do you mean by it? And if you ask 10 designers for their definition of design, you get 20 definitions. And if that is true for designers, now imagine that you're talking about design with customers or with users or with the customers of your customer. They have no idea. At least it's something else. So instead of defining what it is, we have a more practical approach. If you explain what it does, it's an easier thing. It's the same problem if you say I am an artist or I am a designer or I am a type designer. Now, if I'm shopping groceries, am I still a type designer or am I a human being then doing groceries? When do I stop to be a type designer? When I close the door behind me? The problem with saying what you are is that it's never true because you also do other stuff. You have hobbies and you're a parent, and so instead of saying what you are, I am an artist, is say now I am making art, or now I am making type design. It's much easier to explain what you do than to explain what you are. It's much more flexible, and you don't have to discuss all the time if I make this, is this art or not? Because if it's not, I'm not an artist right now. So by defining what it does, it's easier. And so this is one I'm using for, there are more, but this is one of the, in my experience, one of them that works best explaining to people what you do. It's anything that gets better if you do it again. So that makes learning a musical instrument into a design process, and raising children, and learning of training for sports, and doing online education and giving a lecture. All these things get better over time if you do it again, and that means those are design processes. And you can apply the same kind of strategy to them, and it also means that you can borrow from other areas, especially in industrial design and in sport and in music. There's so much already defined in how to do that, to get at the point where you acquire the skills to do something that is kind of not existing in graphic design, typography, or type design. But if you apply it to it, it works really well. So Another definition, a sketch is not a thing that you put in your moleskin with a pencil. In this definition, it's everything that you can throw away easily because you didn't invest much time to it. That means that you can have a sketch in InDesign and you can have a final production in InDesign. You can have a sketch as a manual drawing and you can have a final production as a manual drawing. If you make a painting, that's not a sketch, that's a final product. So the sketching is an intrinsic part of that process. If you want to do it again, it means that you can't be in a situation where you cannot afford to throw anything away because you invested 3 weeks of work in manually drawing all circles on a poster instead of using a program for it. So that that leads into thinking, what is that process? What is it that you're doing? What is it that you probably will be doing 20 years from now? Doing design work or even being a designer. Without knowing what technology is at the moment is then and what the fashion is at that moment. You're probably still doing design as a process. So let's look into that. So in this lecture, there are several layers. So if you're talking about designing the process, you also can talk about sketching the process, which is, okay, this is what we're going to do for now, and let's try, and if it doesn't work, let's do it in a different way. So designing the process itself is a design process. And so we will look into this and several aspects of that during this lecture. Along some projects that we did, and of course you should know the word. If you don't know it, recursion is a really nice cuddle word for designers because everything is included into everything that's included. And you're using it all the time. If you're drawing Béziers, that Bézier is drawn by a recursive process on your screen. If you describe to a customer what it takes to make a corporate identity, you break it down into the design process of making different publications. And that is a recursive process. If you describe the design process of typeface into the design process of drawing one glyph, that's a recursive process. So you're applying the same kind of process, the same kind of looping through or iterating through the cycles. It doesn't matter if you do it on a large project or a small project or small projects that are broken up from large projects. So sketching process, let's do that. So here's some models that may help. Of course, life is always infinite more complex, and anytime you make a model, then you have exceptions. So no, but it's not in my case. Sure, but it's something like it. If you don't put things in models, there's no way you can talk about it. If you want to have a house built by an architect, and the only way you can talk about it is actually building it and then rejecting it if you don't like it, that's a very slow, very expensive process. So anytime you work in models, you work in passepartout. If you draw a hamburger font stiff or even ham as an example of your customer, this is what the typeface looks like. And then the customer said, no, typeface is 26 letters and not 3. So yeah, I know that, but this is the kind, it's a metaphor. This is the example of what we're going to do for you. It's the model of the house. It is the small scale model of the oil tanker that you approve as the board of directors of a shipping company before you start building the oil tanker. And so models, a sketch like this is a model for thinking about processes that by definition are not touchable, but you want to be able to talk about it and more than just words. So assume that this is, you have an idea and you can work it out in several directions. That's called research, because I have no idea where I'm heading. It is totally undefined what it should be at the end, what it would cost. I just have a starting point. So research would be something like this. I'm just being curious to investigate in what is this? What can I do with this? There's no target. It's an undefined target. It has defined start. You start with a certain idea of a topic. It is planned, hopefully, because research that's unplanned is like abstract science. With no idea where it goes to, but it can be anywhere. And it's often unfunded, unless you work in a research center in a large company. But most of this is your own education. You're doing a study and doing research in a certain topic. It doesn't have to become something for real. It doesn't have to earn money. You're just curious about the topic itself. So maybe something comes out of it, but maybe not. It's not the first requirement. Then, if you have multiple of these, I have many ideas, and they can go into many directions. So this has no starting point, has no end point. You can call that art. It doesn't have to be anything. It doesn't have to be finished in time. It doesn't have to be starting from one particular point. So let's see. Totally open-ended, open start. It's undefined as a start, undefined by target. There's no planning. It's unfunded in most cases. I would say that artists who say this is not true because I work for, I have a goal, I have an exhibition, and I do it for a living. I would call that design, but that's a definition. So if we're then on the other side, you could say, okay, I have a starting point, I have an end point. I have an idea about the typeface, and I have a date that it should be finished, and it should fit some requirements. That's not design, that's production. It's a little wobbly line. It's not straight. Maybe there's little here and there. I don't know how to do it yet, but still. But most of it is, the more straight this line is, the better it is. So it's defined start. Just do it. Someone comes to you and say, okay, can you make, this is the typeface, can you make small caps? So, okay, well, you think for 10 minutes and you make the small caps. And then you work on that for 3 weeks or whatever. That's production work. So define start, define target, define process. It's planned and it's funded. That pays for the bills sometimes. And making it into a little bit more wobbly line, you can pretend yourself that it is design that you did, but it's basically production work. Nothing against this, except that for designers who think they're artists or they want to be artists, this could be boring over time. So it's good to alternate between one project that is more like this and another project that's more like research or is more like art. And the best thing is, of course, if you can combine them, if you make the customer think that you did a production job, but it was actually a really arty project for yourself. And those are the best. But that again, making that kind of project for yourself is also a design process. You can get better at it over time. So what design is then is something like this, but then more wobbly lines. And which means that I have no idea. There's some kind of starting point. There's a defined target. There's also a planned deadline. It's funded most of the time, but it's an undefined process. I have no idea how to get there. And there's no straight line there. If there would be a straight line, it would be production, then we would call it different. So the target here is just to make it work. I have no idea how you do it, but let's just make it work. So the starting point is known, and if you're done, they're going to test it and say, yeah, all the glyphs are there. And I don't care how you did it, but you managed. Congratulations. And the challenge of this is to balance the going from one straight line, which is the boring part, to something that never comes to the other side, which is the arty part, to keep that in shape. So how can you get from one point to another without doing a straight line, but and without a predicted process, but then still be at the end point in the when the deadline is ends. Not all of that is funded, and that's because you get still paid most of the time by the straight line and not by all the diversions that you make. And it gets worse because then the lines, there's often not just one single line, there are many ways of doing it. So they back to the research part, finding out which line is the most promising and which lines go nowhere, at least not in the direction for the defined target. Now, this whole management of keeping this in control is a very basic problem in design. So in design areas where it's critical, where the technology is important, or where it's really important that, for instance, you're designing an airplane and it should stay in the air for 24 hours. That's a pretty hard requirement. If people can't read your typeface, well, then they don't read your typeface. But if the airplane crashes halfway, or it doesn't even leave the Earth, that's a pretty hard decision if that worked or not, if you manage to reach your target. So there's a lot of research, a lot of science in how to maintain that kind of creative processes. And some of them come from industry, car industry, for instance, that made agile processes really well documented. So you stand around the table, you don't sit every Monday, and then with the team, and you make a website for several weeks, and you decide what functionality is this week, and which part of the team is going to this functionality. So breaking it up into pieces that are almost production lines in themselves. There's a lot of knowledge there. And if you summarize that, you're into something like this. The design is with a controlled feedback. You do something totally out of the blue, and then you test if it's right. If it's not right, then you do it again until it's right. If you look up feedback in feedback loops in Google, you get something like this. It's a myriad of how feedback loops work, and everything that doesn't crash has a feedback loop. If the fan of your computer starts, if the processor gets too hot, that's a feedback loop. Most biology processes are feedback loops. You do something, if it doesn't work, you control, you change it. It's the heater of your house. It is you driving on a road. If you leave it too much to the left, you drive to the right. If you leave it to the right, you drive to the left. And that's how you stay in the middle. It's not a fixed thing. Feedback loops are pretty much dynamic. So getting through your design process, making it not too complex and not too simple, is the feedback loop in itself. All right. So then the question is, how do you get through that in the right way? If you're stuck with this huge type design project, takes 3 months or 3 years or whatever, what are you going to do tomorrow? Why is it? What can you do in order to avoid that you do 80% in the last night, which is normally the case? No matter how long a project is, 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years, 80% of the work is done the last week and 80% of that is done the last night. It doesn't matter how long the project is. That is, sorry? So that's, if that would be like sport, it is like I really want to do a marathon Olympics in world record, and I'm not going to do any training. I just try very hard at the Olympics. And then it's obvious that that doesn't work. So if it's a performing art, we know about music, and you can hear that someone just started playing music on stage instead of practicing for 30 years. You don't have to play the music instrument in order to hear that. But for performing arts, we're pretty good in, as laymen, to visualize, to hear if something is skilled enough to be there. If it's sport, everybody's an opinion about actors, about directors, about sports people, and about musicians. But nobody says, "Hey, this poster is typically made by someone who just started design," because the moment of design is not the moment of presentation. We cannot see how long it took to make this typeface, and because that is all hidden in the process, and we don't see the process if we're using the typeface. You see the process happening if you look at an actor and at a musician and at someone who's running a marathon, but you cannot see it in typography. So one of the things we try with Design Space is to make design get into performing art. If you can give a pencil to someone and say, okay, you have 1 hour for a corporate identity, here's a pencil and paper, and I keep watching you. Designers get really nervous if you ask them to do that. But why not? Why can musicians perform while everybody's looking or listening, and why can designers not do that? There is this calligraphy and lettering where you're actually looking at people while they do it. What's so difficult in all the other areas? So sketching is a way of meeting those two. You can and answering this kind of question. So if it is good what you did, you're really proud of the work, you graduated or you delivered this project to your customer, and it's great. I did a really good job. What is it that you did well? Are you satisfied that you finished in time? Are you satisfied that you get paid for it? That's a very personal judgment. But that was not the first question. You're not getting paid for being satisfied with your design. You get paid because it really helped someone to solve their problem. And what was that problem? And that's not something you want to do as a lottery. I'll do something and I see if it works. You can do that in one iteration, but you cannot do that for a whole project. So what are the tools that you have in order to get through that? One of them is make sure that you pick projects that can be solved. I could say my project now is to change American politics. That is pretty lost battle because I probably won't be old enough and I don't have the power to do that. So this is a little diagram you can hear. So if you split your projects into urgent and not urgent, and you have projects that are important and not important, then you can have a clear view on the things that you should do. Do the things that are urgent and important. That's your thing right now. Even if it's a project of 3 months or 3 years, this is the thing to do now. If it's really important and not urgent, then you can plan it to do next week or next month. And the whole bottom part, don't do it. If it's not important and urgent, then don't do it yourself. And it's not urgent, not important, don't even think about doing it. And those diagrams, they're more of this. If they're really confronting if you make a list of all the projects that make you think you're really busy, and you put them in this diagram. 80% is in the bottom right corner. Don't do it. You can add more dimensions to this diagram, like do you get paid for it or not? Then you find out that 80% of your work is for family and friends. They never pay and it's never good enough. Just dump them. You can't win that battle. So by choosing the things that are important and urgent, that's already a lifetime. You can dive into that. Sure, there are rabbit holes that also there, but they're worthwhile doing them. So that's designing the selection of projects. The other is designing workspace, that is, I'm not going into that really deep, but you can you can think of organizing, especially nowadays, where sometimes people work from places that were never intended to work from. We had a workshop in Corona time, Design Your Workspace, and there were a couple of people designing their environment, making studio on the other half of the bedroom. That's all kind of complications. But still, you can be a victim in that. You can also be a designer in that and find solutions. And then what's the sketching process of that kind of thing? So that is a workshop in itself that we go through. Another thing is designing the context of the type that you're making. What is its purpose? So getting the answer, if it's doing the right thing, what is it doing? And what is it that you intended? And it's so often that I get questions from colleagues. Can you look at my typeface? What do you think? And then see a complete Roman, and then say, okay, what about the bold? And you never thought about the bold yet. You say, well, let's make the bold first, and then, or make one word in bold before you finish anything more on the. Then what's intended for? Well, I don't know yet, or it should be in maybe magazines or so. Or so then my question: how can you make something if you don't know where it's? So this is art. You have an idea, or maybe research. You have an idea and you go somewhere. I have no idea where. Doesn't matter where I get. I make a typeface. That's not design in the definition that we have in this lecture. It is design when you say this is what I'm intended to do. It should be for this purpose. It should be for a signing system or online usage, or both, or should be for corporate usage, or only for magazines, or only for iPad readable PDFs, or whatever. That shapes the path and the requirements. If you can say, if you did well, why did you do it well? So some other sketches of that context. So these come from the sketching archive over the years. This dates back to early 80s when there was no internet and hardly any digital tools. So we've been sketching a lot for years. We had a studio of 3, 4, 5 people here, and we kind of standardized on A3 transparent paper sketching. So you could get each other's sketch and then start with that, put something on top of it and sketch again. And it wasn't like, okay, you do the type design or you do the typography, or it was a really nice mix of graphic design, infographic design, illustrations, corporate work, sketching, final stuff. And although my work currently is mostly coding, and then the coding is mostly for, which I do for 80% now, type design. But in the history, the memory of what I'm working with, this is still true. The difference is that we are not the only studio who are using our own type, but I give it to someone else through a license or through the Adobe font library for someone else to use, and that people become invisible. That makes it harder to imagine what they're going to do with it. But it's good to have this kind of target. This is what people do with it, with my type. And this is, so they make corporate identities and make manuals for corporate identities. And if you put it into typography, this used to be a lot, like printed forms for banks, insurance companies, that they don't exist anymore. In this case, this all became online, but they just changed the set of requirements from mostly print to mostly online usage. But the requirements are still there, just that the specifications changed. This is something we still do. So we automated years ago, I think it's 10 years or so, the travel guides, we're still traveling, travel guides for American Express, who still get printed in 250,000 copies in 15 different languages. And the difficulty here is that the language is in black, and they get, they're replacing the black plate while printing. So there's a lot of copy fitting here with German and English and Cyrillic need to fit the same space. So that's just an example of what the type should be able to do. You have a width axis that you can compensate for the difference in volume between different languages, for instance. A requirement directly comes from usage. This is a sketch it's a sketch of a page about sketching page layout programs. There's the recursion again. Where I made this, I think 20 years ago. So. Where it's a story in Dutch about how automated page layout should work. And it's composed in pages that are the example of what should be able to, what a program should be able to compose by itself. So it should recognize the position of images and long captions and small captions. And so it's highly recursive. The topic of this page is the automatic layout of this kind of pages. I personally love this kind of things where you have something and you have multiple angles into it. So the page contains pages that contains pages. So that is the starting point. We have several workshops that work in that direction. You take one of your own designs and you put it into parameters and you try to make that into an automated program. One of the things, one of the articles about it, you can read in the, it's called PageBot in the one, it's not the latest, but the pre-latest Type magazine by Roger Black, Type 3. There's an article about PageBot. It's a Python library we made for this kind of purpose. It's open source, it's online if you like to look at it. There's also, if you want to check out, there's also PageBot Nano that came into existing in one of the lectures, one of the workshops during the summer, where I've still found that although PageBot is collecting all kind of, all graphic knowledge, all typographic knowledge that you can imagine into one library, like what is the standard of business cards in Hong Kong. That's the kind of thing you should be able to find there. But still, it was hard for people to bridge that gap from using a design and going into PageBot. So we made a PageBot Nano, which is not necessarily compatible, but it has the same structure and it really builds up from the start. And it's one of the tools that we have to go through with the students in those workshops. Some studio projects related to that kind of design process thinking. Upgrade, which is published by the Type Network, Type Network. This is a website about it, upgrade@typenetwork.com, which is generated by code, of course. And so all the images that you see are also generated by code. And it also shows how, for instance, how the features that are there, and also how the features are used as on a PDF or a PNG, so they become pixels, but also how the features are used in CSS. So this text where the ligatures and fractions are on and off are live HTML CSS code generated by a script that looks into the font, tries to figure out what features are there, and then creates the specimen source, both as as visual in PDF and PNG and animation, as well as CSS live code. So we do a lot of scripting. I don't do a lot in selling those applications. If you write an application for someone else, 80% is of the work is in making it work for other people, making a bug-free interface, user interface, making it fast, maintaining all the different versions of operating system and editors. That is a day job, and it's not a really well-paid day job, and it's also purely programming. So the way it works with us is I start a new project for a new typeface with a target. This is what it should do, and then all the code we lives inside that project. That seems a bit exclusive. Like I don't like anybody to join that. It's not secret code. Most of that code is also in PagePod, which is open source. But it is not having to deal with other people's problems. Keep picking my battles. I have a lot of work for myself that I enjoy, and I don't necessarily need other people. So in order to share that knowledge, Design Science Paint has become an outlet for that. It's not totally free, but it's, in our view, it's also, for what you get from it, it's also not really expensive. Just tapping in the information and the sources that we have for certain projects that I happily to give away if I don't have to bother with the aftermath. So these are screens from spacing kerning tools that we have, sometimes only made for one particular application, depending on what that application, or for one particular type design, depending on what that one is doing. Always a context, bit what Katja showed. So you don't want to see one pair. If you see one pair at a time and you have to go 5,000 pairs, that's really boring. But if you see the context, if you see it almost live on a page, at least it makes kerning more bearable than just looking at combinations. Some other things, automated outlines, and checking the spacing on that. Bit count, you may have seen some of this. This one is not released yet, outline versions. Well, you can put the pixel in every shape. You end up with thousands of versions that nobody wants to have. So pick your typefaces that you sell also well. Proofing tools, Joe Pishoda, the QA manager from Type Network, is using tools that were developed over the years together with her and with David Jones Ross to either make tools that find problems, if possible, can fix them. At least they should give feedback to the designers what they should fix, unless it's really a design choice. But in many cases, it's just a mistake or something technical that wasn't visible in the original font editor. And then there are things like italicizing circles, for instance, or is not a trivial thing. Anybody that can point me to 100% automatic italicized script, I would be really interested, but I haven't found anything that doesn't have exceptions. So in most cases, the Roman to italic slanter is code that lives with the design project because it's very specific to the design, how it should work. This case, bit count is so as you can see, we are doing type design, but I try to incorporate in a project as much as the live world that it will be acting in. So generating the specimens automatically. This is another one where there's code that generates it looks into what the bit count can do, what versions are there, and it generates the HTML, CSS, and the JavaScript for a live tester that you can use during the project. But if you clean it up a little bit, it also can be the publishing site for the promotion site for the type. So of course, all these things are automated. You don't want to make one particular thing by hand. You want to go to skip through. There's especially in project where you have multiple variable font axes, it's not doable anymore to go through everything manually. Then you can borrow from techniques that are directly coming from industrial design, for instance, where if you make a design and you have a number of parameters, and if you multiply all of them, you have millions and millions of possibilities, and you can never test them all. So there's a technique in industrial design that's called simulated annealing, and where you say, if I have a space of options, multidimensional, there's no way I can test them all. But you can say, if I do 10,000 test points randomly distributed in that space, I still can have the mistake that there is an error that is between 2 points that I didn't get. But since a random distribution of points in that option space is by definition equally distributed, so you would have tests in every single area of that option space. You cannot exclude errors, but you reduce the amount considerably instead of just trying to test them all, which will never happen, or trying to test only the ones that you think of, which is likely very biased. All right, so testing, here are some sketches how that, just a simple problem of making pixels that can have different shapes in different axes is a couple of weeks work. So you see here the shape of 1/4 of a pixel, and then try to figure out what the parameters are to make as many different shapes with the least amount of points and the least amount of axes. So if you solve that by 1/4 pixel, you can have you can build it up into the 3/4 to make one whole pixel. So I think this became 6 different axes for hollow and the length of the off curves and the straight of the off curves. So you can make categories. This is the way we use the variable font axes a lot, by making catalogs. So instead of having a 20-dimensional space, you can also make a range of 3-dimensional spaces if you want to have those not interacting. It makes life much easier. If you have three axes and then solve that and then connect it to another cube of 3 axes, so you end up with catalog axes, as we call them. It's much more useful. You can do modular testing. You don't have that axis 18 is influence axis 4 in an unforeseen way. This is much, if you talk about scaling back to something that you can solve in a lifetime, this is a method to do it. So I think this is the amount. I think this one is still 10. I think eventually you made one with 6 axes. And then you can this is a simple drawbot code that takes these 6 parameters or 10 parameters, and then it walks through it in a random order, random paths. So you have a kind of random path through the design space of a certain certain set of axes. animation is way of doing it. You don't want to go this step by step and then watch them all separately. You have no idea what you're looking at the end. And also doing things animated, it's harder, or it's easier to recognize inconsistencies than it is if you look at individual images. Drawbot is ideal for making animated GIFs or movies as export, and you just run them over and over again. And it's also something that you can do during the design process. Take 2 minutes to generate it as a proofing device instead of drawing for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then look at the specimens and then decide that was a wrong spending of those weeks. Another one, a fun project. To give you an idea, the regular has around 300,000. Upgrades regular has about 300,000 hits per month on Adobe Library. This is around 150. But it took them almost the same amount of time. So, but it's fun. This is the kind of things that have no ending and no funding, and it's just fun to do. So, what's the most extreme black that you can make if you don't look at the contrast? And then this the current one. A lot of software is being made in a project that is similar to a Metafont, where you describe the hardline of something, and then the code will generate the outline around it, and then you can have influence on the shape and the size of the pen that runs over the hardline. You see so I draw the hardline. Most of the software I make is running in the background of the editor, so it's not like I have I create a UFO and then you wait for 5 minutes for a script to run and then it does something. Of course, that's the easiest, but it's also the slowest way of getting feedback. If you get the code fast enough to run in the background, and it's only just doing one glyph, then and this works both in glyphs and as a process, both in glyphs and RoboFont. You get feedback on that the glyph changed, or you create an event for the editor to redraw itself, and you get notification that something needs to be redrawn. So in this case, the editing of the hardline makes it creates an event that something has been changed. So my tool says, okay, the hardline has changed, so I have to calculate a new outline around it, and that's done so fast that it works live in the editor feedback. You can, and the tools we make are more and more live like this. So instead of doing the drawing the type and then later doing the spacing and then much later doing the kerning, the tools that we have now is actually showing that in real time. While I'm editing the character, I already see the kerning and the spacing that it has compared to some other clips. So collapsing this whole long event and long sequence from sketching, drawing, spacing, and kerning into one cycle where you draw and you change something with the mouse, and that whole event, the whole sequence of that is run through live in the mouse clip. What you also see here is there is a slider. There are some prefixed buttons in the width of the. So I can select one point, and then it stores the shape and the size of that pen. So you can have strokes, there's upstrokes and downstrokes being thinner than the connecting strokes. You see it on the bottom left of the N with the stroke that's thinner if it runs into the curve runs into the stem. But that's totally useful for anybody else. It's also it's part of the design, and some of the things I don't have to draw because I have the code, and some things I can code instead of drawing. This is where it comes from. So it's not my original handwriting, and there's enormous amount of features, and every glyph exists 3 times, so that's a lot of bookkeeping. And also, for instance, if you have the glyphs that are similar shapes, the alternatives, they still share the same staking and kerning group. So you have to have some feedback. You can't make them too different, because then the kerning wouldn't work anymore. You would need different kerning for different alternates. That's really something you want to see. Another advantage of this is that drawing hardlines is that you can scale the hardlines and then re-render the stems around it. It's not totally automatic, but it helps a lot to make extended and italic versions of it. Some other things we did over the years, it's slightly different from type design, but it shares the same kind of approach. If you want to have to design a set of icons that belong to the same identity or the same application, the same happens with type. They should be as different as possible, because otherwise you don't recognize their meaning, but they should all live within the same visual grammar. And the methods of doing that are very comparable to designing an identity with different kind of publications, or designing a set with different icons. So there's a number of parameters that they share. Like in this case, they all have the same color combination, but their shapes can be different, and they're all square. So you can almost do bookkeeping if you make a list of parameters. And Jacques Bertin is a guy, he was not a designer, but he's all over the place. He's a cartographer. He wrote some theory about parameters that make a shape diverse or coherent, as we do in type all the time. You start with a typeface with a coherent set of a contrast. But then because you do that, then you can make the shapes different. Now, in icons, it's something similar. It's just that you are a bit more free in interpreting the usage of the parameters. So you could make icons that have a very different contrast, as long as they all share the same color, for instance. But still, it's the same kind of design process, and it's also the same kind of handling with the parameters. It's just that the parameters themselves may not be the same. Like in type, most of it is black and white, or you don't know what the color is, because that depends on the user. If you're designing icons, it is you have some more control about that to some extent. Go through this. And similar, this is a really old one we did, but I still like it very much. Dutch Republic is in, they're still around after 20 years or so, I think, which is an enormous amount of time if you compare that to normal ICT companies. So the sketching process was, they have an impossible name. It's long, so in the old days, we used to do this a lot more. I still do it a lot in my sketchbook, but there's no need anymore, because we don't have people inside the studio to do it on transparent paper. But it was fun, and it created a huge archive of this kind of stuff. And in that sense, a logo is comparable to designing a glyph. There's a certain amount of parameters that you can make it coherent. You can make the letters inside stick together, or you can split them. One part of the word could be serif, and the other part could be sans serif. So the same kind of parameters apply there that you have inside the typeface, you have also outside the typeface. Funny thing is that if you see logos that are made by non-type designers using existing type, most cases they're just cutting things off. They're never putting something on top of it, because it's harder to add stuff to letters than to chop it off. So you see stencil versions or This is how it used to be, but there was no digital. You had this sketching sheets. That's not the case anymore. So now if you start a logo, you just print it in every typeface that you have on your computer and see if there's something there to start with. Unfortunately, many corporate identities don't have time and money to do a corporate typeface, especially if they're anything smaller than multinationals. So the practice is you start with something that's already there, either by yourself or by someone else, and then use that as a starting point for the sketching of type. The way this is, you see that this is just an example of finding the way. What is the word doing? Not only in letters, but also in ascenders, descenders, capitals. What does it do in italic? What does it do in sound? What does it do in hyphenation? How readable is it? How much can you damage it? So in this case, you can cut a lot from it, and it's still readable. But if it's just 3 letters that's no word, then you have to be more careful in not creating other words by cutting off pieces of letters. Also, which is very similar to type design, this is not just designing the black shape, but it helps a lot if you think about that you're actually designing the counters and the white space instead, and so you can flip things around. That works in letters. It also works in logos. Eventually, that was the solution for this thing, because we came to at some point finding, of course, but it never occurs to you that the inside of the R is actually a small scale version of the capital D. And by coincidence, we have a D and an R in our logo, so why not use that? So that became like a turning point. If you think about logo design as an X, you start with all kinds of possibilities, then you find a really nice combination, and then it expands. Okay, now exactly how we're going to use this combination. So from here, you see them on the bottom. You can have the D in the R or the R in the D, or you can turn it around. You can still rotate it. There's a coincidence here that also the shape is related. I'm not sure if it's here still in the sketches. The shape is also the shape of Netherlands, which is kind of those presents that you get, you never thought about it, and you cannot make it up. It just comes there when you're sketching. Students that say I have the whole design in my head, I just have to work it out. Say, well, I don't think so. You think you have it in your head, but it's the same value as waking up in a dream, and then you think you read a book, and you say, okay, now write it. And then you find out that you have the idea that you read it, but it wasn't really so. So remember, you can look at the page and remember that you saw the page a year later, but you cannot read the text. So there's only this threshold of details that you can remember. And going through a design process is the same thing. There's certain things that you see, and there's a whole lot. There's much more things that you don't see. You have to go over and over again in order to recognize it. Right, another one. A friend of mine said, so he founded a creative industries organization in the Netherlands. He said, well, and so he said, can't you do something with all those? And they're dealing with every aspect of design, which is, you cannot catch that in one logo. So why not doing something where we do the opposite? Instead of making one typeface, we make every letter a different typeface every time and do it in animation. So that started with those sketches, and then you can directly apply Eric's type cooker on top of that. We have all those parameters, and which of the parameters are we going to use for the diversity here? So, for instance, we keep them all the same height, but then we can change their ways of drawing and contrast and so on. It was a fun project going through the catalog of every typeface that you made with only one typeface or only one glyph. That's the most fun of the design type, the first glyph. And then the second, it already becomes boring. And then the third, it becomes difficult, but you have to keep up the same idea. And then by the time you're in glyph 800, it's really, really boring. And you have to get through that. Still fun though, but it's not that, it's mostly a productive production process at that time. A collection of sketches of published and unpublished type over the years that now became one font, and then they have it's really a font, and it's a little JavaScript that animates the. It's very flexible because they can have different kind of animations for different in different situations, different speeds and so on. Okay, a bit about designing design spaces. The fact that design space has something to do with design spaces of variable fonts is kind of a coincidence, but I like it. Sometimes people think the design space is all about variable fonts. That's not true. We do everything, but it's a good example. It's a good metaphor. So sketching. Design spaces, what are the parameters that the type should be able to do? My experience is that it's pretty easy to overeat at this point. You say, okay, let's add another one, and then let's add one more. So you end up with 6, 7, 20, 40 axes, and then you find that your life is not long enough to finish them all. Especially testing them is really hard. Again, that would be good to automate. On the left is the approach. I often use it to explain why variable fonts are not multiple masters. Multiple masters draws the corners, and the problem is there that the ones that you use most often are in the middle, and they are the ones that you have least control over. Because you're drawing the extremes and you try to make the extremes compensate each other, so they're kind of good in the middle. That is not a very useful design process, especially not when the extremes go far apart. So although technically you can make this in a variable font, variable font does the opposite. It starts at the middle, and then it expands into different axes, which are not the corners. Now the problem is the opposite, because it's difficult to control the corners, especially when they are extremes. So the practice is that in many cases you still have to draw the corners, but not always. And you can find intelligent ways of reducing the amount of work by drawing masters that will kind of ignore the behavior of the others. That's design work. Using the variable set as more like a catalog of designs we find is a useful way looking into it. There's the catalog axis again. You saw it in the bitcount also. And also the problem in there's many ways that you can make variable fonts blow up somewhere in the outer shapes of the design space. The curvy shape you see on the right is maybe the user space, but the cube is what people actually can use, and you cannot forbid them to do that. So that it's more and more visible what is a good process there. And what you saw in the beginning, that a design process easily can blow up if you let all those iterations just take place without regards of what it's supposed to do at the end and how much time you have. With variable fonts, that's the same thing, but then a magnitude more. It's really easy to you can define a project in an hour that you will never finish in a lifetime, but you find out after 2 years. that is not a good thing. So a lot of diagrams in how points should go from one should shift from one area of the design space into another. What kind of parameters you need for that. Here's one of them, which we made a long time ago with Claire. One of the examples is a range of animations showing the working of variable fonts we did together with from Bureau and Type Network. So to show people, by definition, optical size is hard to show to people, because if you can see it, what the difference is, you have to enlarge it, and then you're supposed to have a different optical size. So in this case, you see them both. On the left side, the size is kept the same, so you see the change in difference. But you see the change in shape, but on the right side, you see the real optical size that it has. And one of the things that's very visible is that it gets closer. It will get smaller. The contrast reduces, and the width increases. The problem with variable fonts is that if you get more than 3 dimensions, you cannot show it anymore, because we have to think in 4th, 5th, 5, 20 dimensions. We're not really good at that. So we've spent some time in finding ways to visualize multi-dimensions. It's easy to think that it is a 2-dimensional thing, but it's actually 4 dimensions, 5 dimensions. And if you draw it as 2-dimensional shape, it's tempting to think that those 2 axes are more important than other axes. But in a 5-dimensional space, all the sizes are equally have the same distance. So this is an automated way of doing that. You can turn this thing, and we started on the website. It's not. It's another animation, by the way. Also Drawbot, to show with the real glyph. So we have an object that generates that icon, and it takes the variable font instance from that position. So we made it into a website. It's online, but it never got any further than what you see here. Where we use JavaScript nodes to show for the different masters. So you can drag them around. You can have different shapes. In 2 dimensions, it's still okay, but then you get a 3rd master, and you get the 4th master, and then this is still 2 masters. So you see them some kind of resistance. You can pull them, but they don't really like to get from their shape. This is a 3-dimensional axis, so it comes into a cube, which is already difficult to show in 2 dimensions. And then if you get the 3, 4, 5, you end with this kind of stuff, and it really starts to be messy pretty soon. And the way we think is that okay. We look at the 2-dimensional space, but it's easy to include mistakes there, because there are relations that you don't see. You cannot imagine in 5 dimensions. Okay, some typography and tools. This is some output from PageBot. The good thing about Drawbot is that it gives you the freedom of tools as pencil and paper. You can do anything you like. But if you say, if you get a pencil and paper, you give to someone and say, okay, well, make anything you like. It's a problem. Takes a long time, and which is intentional. The way Just and Frederick made Drawbot is it's a canvas. It should not contain any design choices, which is good for educational purposes. But if you go from there, say, okay, now make a magazine or make a website in Drawbot, that is hard. Technically, it's possible, but it misses a lot of information. So what PageBot is doing, it's filling that gap. It tries to to include as much design decisions as possible. So you will be able to make a magazine in theoretically in 3 lines of code, and then change all the defaults that are built in. But then it has to solve all this kind of stuff. What is the alignment, and go any further than what, for instance, InDesign is offering. So InDesign, you have some, you can align on top of the glyph, but it doesn't have any knowledge about the counter of a certain shape. If you want to align typography, if you have one big letter on a page, you want to align other elements to parts of that glyph, because InDesign cannot or it doesn't look inside the shapes of glyphs. But since we could totally control the font, we can open a font in Drawbot using font parts and font tools, and see what elements are there, and then try to figure out if it can recognize stems or maybe the overshoot of O's, for instance. You can control much more. So these are the levels of alignment that you can automate typography in Page Plotter. You can say, I want to align on X height, or I want to align on the middle of the cap height, or the inside of the top counter of the O should be my alignment, or the overshoot of the P or the O if they are different. Making tools yourself is hard work. It's not easy. It may not be something you can do for yourself, but getting into libraries that actually are capable of giving that amount of freedom helps a lot. So that means that there's a lot of classes defined that are tool related, or page related, or website or publication related, and then you can inherit from them and then use the knowledge that's already built in. This is an where is this? So trying to do copy fitting. So you have a text and should fit in a certain area. The program should be able to know if there is a width axis available inside a font, and if it's not, it can try to solve with the spacing, or try to change the width or change the size. That's not necessarily something you have to do to be able to do as a designer, and especially not when it's an automated tool. Some other tools over the years, checking interpolation in a visual way, ways of making other information available. For instance, to do automated spacing kerning by applying pressure or the amount of light. Over the years, starting with David Kindersley, early 80s, there have been a lot of models in how to automate spacing and kerning, and deliberately also as a twin. So you can't do the spacing without a kerning, and the other way around. And at the end, it all binds together, and that's why I said before, I like to have those tools working at the background while I'm drawing the type, at the moment that I draw on the type, instead of doing that afterwards. So having this kind of options, you can select some kind of algorithm and then show me. For instance, this method where you have this shady area around the glyph, and then measure the amount of pressure. If you imagine this would be foam, and you push them inside, and then the pressure on the foam is a guideline for the amount of spacing. It's not ideal. It's not 100% right, but for many combinations, it's okay. For instance, all the kerning being done with capitals and lower capitals and superiors and inferior numbers. That's the thing that people will use once in a lifetime, but it has to be in a font. If you have superior figures, those are typically kerning pairs that you can very well automate without thinking. Another thing we want to have feedback on is, as you see the pixels of the background. So sometimes I find designers or students working for weeks and weeks to figure out what kind of serif shapes they want. And then I show them this little video, and I say, well, you spend 3 weeks of filling one gray pixel, because if the purpose of your design is online, then start looking online from the beginning, and not like spending weeks on a serif, and then after months of working, find out that the rounding of your serif totally disappears in the 25 shades of gray in an outline. Unfortunately, but that's the world right now. Another spacing kerning tool where you can visualize the italic and the Roman at the same time. See if there's any difference. It also incorporates, as Katja showed, many standard sets for Latin and Cyrillic and Greek. It gives feedback. If you do it here, then be aware that you did it this way somewhere else. I still want that. You want to break those things into 2 groups or not. All those decisions should be as much automated as you can, where the writing of that code is a design process in itself, but you don't want to do that over and over again. One last set. Of course, there is a Design Space website. It's recently updated. I have to go through all the descriptions still to make them final, but it includes the whole set of workshop until summer. Santiago, I added some type design things there, so you should check it out. The website itself is the result of a pageboard script that runs from a markdown file where all those things are described, and also the booklets we make containing information, and the assignments that are also available for a large part on the website, as well as these kind of banners are all automated. So there's a pageboard script that looks into the markdown file of the website. It recognizes the different courses, and then it picks out one image that belongs to that course, and it generates these banners. Any time spent to make them manually in InDesign is, in my view, a waste of time. That's production work. I don't want to do that. Some more ending. So sketching is not something in your sketchbook. Sketch is the thing that you can afford yourself to have a better idea and then do it again, instead of being stuck with a certain direction because you already spent so much time in it. That is often an indicator of using the wrong tools or the wrong level of details in a certain level of the design process. The payoff questions I like to punish my students with. So if you want to be a designer 20 years from now, dare to ask the right questions. It is, and that includes, do I still continue with this project? That is in any stage. Sometimes you just can better stop something than continue something that is, you're pretty sure it's not going to work. But that's killing your darlings, which is a hard thing. Dare to train, invest, and learn. So design space is one of the examples. There are many ways that you can train yourself, learn new stuff, keep on learning. As soon as that stops, it's very likely that the rest of your things is production work. And nothing against that, but there are people around that like to do that much better than designers do by definition. If you didn't do it already, watch Milton Glazer's Fear of Failure. It's on Vimeo if you look it up. It's a great interview, and he says that your level of success is hurting your development. So if you're really successful in drawing Cocker Spaniels in a certain really convincing way, then probably the only thing you do the rest of your life is drawing that, because and that's why people come to you. Customers are not interested in your development, in your experiments, in your new things. So designing the best mix to experiment and risk and new directions, which 9 out of 10 don't pay back anything. And on the other hand, do things that are successful, which are not really interesting anymore, but they pay the bills. So how can you make that into a healthy mix? Jay, for you long term, what are you doing 20 years from now? Is it something that you may already be starting? Maybe it's something that you waste time in the first year, but it really would pay back at some point. That is worthwhile thinking about it. But that is maybe not the best thing to do from a social point of view, or from that your partner would not like that you are going to do another study, for instance. Allow yourself to aim for the infinite, and then only getting halfway. It's still a lot. So failure is that you never get to the point where you're intended to be, but you're way further than people who never tried. And then again, this is along the line of Milton Glaser, learn to appreciate failure. Your customers think that if you fail, that is unprofessional, and then you have to educate them that is the most professional thing you can do. And not even pretending that you don't fail. That's what you're paid for, because otherwise it's called production work, and then that may not be a very creative kind of solution that you get out of that. Right? And then, well, keep doing it better and over again. And I hope these hints and tools and directions help with that. And if you need help with that, then please check on the website. We have a lot of workshops, both by me and by Claudia. And, thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. As always, it's amazing to have a peek of your mind. How do you solve problems? And thank you so much to share this, really.
Welcome. Thank you for letting me get the time and the audience. And, really glad to be
thank
here.
you so much for sharing and for blowing my mind. I think that the entire body of your work is really inspiring in multiple dimensions. So thank you so much, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Do I have some questions for Peter?
They must have all understood every single thing that you said. So
yeah,
probably good.
Still processing.
Y bueno, para quienes estamos en la hora México, Santiago tiene un pequeño anuncio porque ya sabemos que es la hora de la comida y demás. Y ya tenemos preparada la última charla para el día de hoy. Entonces, Santi.
Sí, vamos a tomarnos un break de 5 minutitos y regresamos con nuestra querida Monkey Tag, que está neta súper increíble. All right.
Cool. So let's have to take a break for 5 minutes, the next five minutes, and then we go back with Monkey Type.
Awesome. Thank you all. And thank you, Peter. That was so
Thank
good.
you.
Is my screen sharing?
Oh, you are, yeah.
Cool. Just gonna leave that while people get their snacks and go to the bathroom.
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
No problem.
All right.
All right.
Just, okay.
Gonna wait for everybody, I guess.
Hola, hola de nuevo. ¿Quiénes ya regresaron del baño de tomar un vasito de agua?
Vamos a desmutear a todos para ver dónde andan.
Y prendan su cámara también para que nos veamos las caritas. Let's see each other faces.
I'd show you mine, but I'm deliberately planning on not doing that. So speaking on behalf of anonymity for the rest of the team. Mysterious.
Well, we're ready.
All right, Michael.
Okay, so thank you guys. Whatever you are these days, right now. Muchas gracias a Monkey Type just to being here for presenting their amazing work. They are based in New York and Switzerland. If you don't mind, Monkey Type, I'm gonna present you in Spanish.
That's cool.
So here we go. Les cuento rápidamente que desde Suiza y Nueva York están acompañándonos el colectivo Monkey Type, en donde nos van a mostrar su trabajo que está arraigado mucho a la tradición tipográfica con un punto de vista muy contemporáneo. Son un colectivo y su objetivo es
Creo que se trabó un poco.
Sí, la conexión de... Hang on.
up to you, just starting your presentation and showcase. So thank you very much.
Cool. Should I share screen now?
Yep.
All right, perfect. 1 second. All right. Let me know if that works.
That works perfect.
Parfait, super. All right, so gonna get into a little Monkey Type discussion. I think before I get into it, the project kind of began as a bit of a group of friends, almost not a joke, but a serious joke of designers in New York and Europe, just kind of passing different type design projects back and forth informally, but all working at respective studios. And I think that's actually part of the reason why we keep this kind of mysterious operation, because we all kind of have our own studio operations, and we want to make sure that there's a separation between our type design experimentation and stuff. So I think for us, this becomes an outlet for experimentation, trying new things, actually really just exploring type design projects that we want to do for our own graphic design work, and not necessarily have it be so commercially focused. But over the last few years, there has been sort of interest and some momentum building and people curious about typefaces and licensing and stuff. So it has become a little more of a serious commercial operation. So I'll get into that a little bit. So let's see. All right. So Monkey Type, there's the website. We're actually working on a new one where we're going to have actual access to downloading and trial fonts, purchasing fonts, all that stuff. Probably earlier next year. But currently all the licensing is handled through Margot at monkeytype.xyz, and the Instagram feed is kind of really the only base of being able to see most of the typefaces working. And yeah. So before I get into it, so I know the name of the foundry is kind of ridiculous, and I think that's a bit intentional, but a portion of our sales actually go to animal sanctuaries and a lot of different foundations worldwide. And here's just a list. So some of them actually are for monkeys too, which is kind of cool. But I think for us, it's important to, you know, give back a bit to the environment and a lot of that stuff. And I mean, obviously, I think half of you guys are probably refreshing the US election right now. So, you know, this stuff is really important to us as a foundry to make sure there is a sense of giving back. All right, let's see. All right, so who is Monkey Type? I'm not going to give you the honest answer, but this one might give you an intro. So I think kind of sums up sort of the attitude is that, you know, we kind of the position of the Monkeys. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's like a British show back in the 60s, really kind of taking stuff kind of with very lighthearted, having a lot of fun with this. But I think back in about 2015, we had like a clandestine meeting in a restaurant in New York called Walk Walk. Just this discussion is like, hey, can we turn our kind of experimental projects and our side project of type design into something real? And this actually, after this conversation, the name Monkey Type emerged. And that night, you know, after some beers and hanging out in New York, as you can see, sketching type design projects after a few pints, directly in the napkins, we kind of converged and developed the name Monkey Type. And actually, the original name is inspired by the Skype icon, which is kind of ridiculous, but we would always use Skype as the way to pass things back and forth. And this is a while ago. Don't use Slack and things like that now. But this emoji had so much character and was so funny that it's like, hey, why don't we just call it Monkey Type? And it kind of just stuck. And also, I think it kind of encapsulates the position that we do take the type design craft and the graphic design craft very seriously. But I think on the flip side, it's kind of a counterpoint to how we feel the type design industry as a whole is, which tends to take itself very seriously. And I think it's important for us to, you know, be a bit lighthearted about how we sort of present and kind of behave. But I think, you know, and let the work sort of speak for itself and try to kind of, you know, tone it down a little bit. So there's Monkey Carter. We got Monkey 77. I don't know if you know, like Christian Mengelt, who did, I think Unica, the guy's Swiss. So you got Monkey Novarese, who's a very big influential Aldo Novarese, who's behind the mask. Monkey Meindiger, he's the Helvetica guy. Fonteseca Storm, Monkey Storm, Monkey Heffler, Farron Jones. As you can see, if you just put monkey icons on type designers, it kind of loosens it up. And then you got Monkey Type. So we are based back and forth between Switzerland and the US, but also a designer team's German. We work with a bunch of people in Austria as well, especially in the font production side. So it's a global team working on different stuff, but all the projects are intended to be very much kind of personal things that we're working on that may take some possibilities into some commercial use. But first and foremost, they're ideas that we have as graphic designers that we want to use in our work, and then we'll push forward into that. So why Monkey Type? I think I've been talking about this. I think for us as a graphic designer, for myself and the rest of the team, this is one section of craftsmanship that we apply into the work. And I think, you know, as motion design, graphic design, type design, photography, art direction, all this stuff comes together. And I think part of us having kind of some Swiss connection, I think, especially in Switzerland, there very much is this connection, as the graphic designer and the type designer are much of the same. And the teaching here and education here aligns these two things. So for us, as graphic designers, we think learning type design is very integral to how we want to kind of develop a craft. So it's important for us to, you know, have this outlet so we can try things and test things and push things further. Obviously, constantly using this as a way to experiment and do new things and push ourselves too. Because I think what's nice about this operation is that it gives us this kind of free outlet with no rules. I know we don't have any objective to be a commercially successful foundry or, you know, or a very focused design studio. It really is there for us to just try, make errors, have fun, and sort of push ourselves. And I think, you know, this is kind of a joke looking at this GIF, but as a type designer, this is essentially what you do. You go into type specimens and you kind of noodle and check out things that you're interested in, from like really old classic pieces, and find these kind of curious details and typefaces. And then you kind of use them, borrow them, expand on them, and sort of develop new ideas from that. So I think it's not much different than the banana being stolen. And then I think I have to be a little fun with this. I think, you know, it becomes a very serious, I think type design in general can be very It's hard. I mean, I think you wake up every day, you're working on like a lowercase s or a lowercase a for day after day after day, trying to formulate the perfect sort of craftsmanship to, match the kind of mood or vibe you're trying to go for. And you think you've done a good job one day, and then you wake up the next day, and then it looks like shit. And this is like a constant like struggle as a type designer that goes day after day, year after year after year. So, if we try to keep it with kind of a sense of lightheartedness, it makes it more bearable for us. And if you want to be serious, that's not for us. We just want to have some fun. So anyway, I'm going to get into a few of the retail typefaces that we've done and just give you some sort of top level concept and how we sort of like why and how we actually come to the result into these typefaces. I think before I get into it, for us, there's a lot of different schools of thought. You have type designers that want to do purely true revival typefaces. There's people that are very focused on technical things with variable fonts and a lot of stuff. And then I think for us, it's similar to a graphic design project. We want to capture a certain vibe or a certain mood or a certain sort of atmosphere with the typeface that has an identity that we find either missing in a current library of the thousands of fonts we have available for us, or just something that we find curious within research and specimens that we can kind of, combine or adjust and push further to develop something that might be interesting for us. And that really is the guiding point to how we design typefaces. It really is a general curiosity of maybe looking at some stuff we're interested in or maybe finding some stuff based on, classic pieces of specimens, but it isn't, we don't abide by like, we are going to give you the true revival of X, Y, and Z typeface. I think that's not for us. There's people that do a brilliant job at that, and that's definitely not our position. So the first typeface I'm going to go over is called Marcel, and I'll give you a little insight into how our naming structure is. So Marcel is the monkey in Friends. So you'll see there's a common theme with all of the naming convention of our typefaces, which also goes back into this kind of not taking it as seriously as maybe we should. But I know a lot of type designer friends that work at serious foundries, and the naming of the typeface is such a painful project in and of itself, where we've developed a system to just use monkeys in popular culture or in general, just using this content to develop a kind of narrative around us makes it a lot easier for us to do this. And also, again, it gives it a little bit more of an interesting take. So Marcel, I think at its core is kind of this, to give you a sense of atmosphere, I would put it at like kind of Italian modernist 1960s, listening to like Dave Brubeck or like some, cool jazz, Stan Getz or something like that, but hanging out in this comfortable Italian style, furniture. Like this kind of energy. There's something modernist, but also Italian about it. And that's very vague, but I think, looking at this kind of atmosphere is something that we want to capture within the text. So what we did, actually one of my personally favorite type designers is Aldo Novarese, and I think actually most of the typefaces that we do, I think actually they kind of like to look back to it as work to kind of capture this, and he just happens to be very Italian, and there's something that within the work that he does that has this essence to it. So Recta was interesting to us because the X height kind of had this kind of geometric quality to it, but it still had kind of this combination of grotesque thing going on. But we wanted to play with this X height of Recta. We thought it was very interesting. And then Forma is another typeface that he drew, obviously within the same realm as Helvetica and, Accidents and all this stuff, kind of this neo-grotesque style. But there's also kind of like this warmth to it, just having this single story A as an option. The numbers have a different curve than, say, the comparative typefaces from Switzerland to Germany. They definitely have a different atmosphere to it that he's pulling through. And then here's some more sort of specimen material that we're looking at. And then Folio, actually, the kind of spawn of this typeface actually derived from this. This is a picture that I took it was a bar in Berlin And I was very curious about this because the R, I was like, this isn't Helvetica. There's something very interesting about the R of folio. It's got this very blunt kind of leg, but it's a sharp little curve to it. And that detail, I thought would be very interesting to sort of kind of bring into this kind of more, you know, Italian sort of warmer style of a typeface. Figure out some way to incorporate this detail. So just to get into it, so to take that concept further, so we kind of provided some alternates. You have the Q from folio, which gives you that little drop down. Then you have the Helvetica and then Univers, the Q, and then the R gives you the options too. And then also the single story and the double story A. So we're giving some sort of possibilities in the typeface for alternates. And here's just like a quick screen grab of just like different files, just showing the subtle details that are shifting over probably this is just some of the different glyphs files, but I think there's like total 3 years in development, and this is just kind of some sketches, but and then I'm going to get into, this is some of the final stuff. So I think, you know, looking at this typeface and then starting to see it within the context of, you know, this Italian modernist feel. You see Joe Colombo as a furniture designer from the late 60s and 70s, and just looking at that form together with his artistic work or design work, you can kind of see this energy coming through that we find quite interesting. And so here's something, this is the alternate to single story A. Here's just some more examples of the specimen sort of playing out using the furniture names from that time. And then Achille Castiglione, another designer from that period. So I think it's always interesting when you're testing typefaces and you pair it with the content that kind of inspires that, the mood or the feel. So you can kind of see this roundness and kind of using this X height too, gives it almost kind of this fashiony kind of retro quality to it that some of these neo-grotesque typefaces don't really offer. And I think that's something that we found really interesting and for us to use. Here's some more examples of this, the lowercase, and you can see that it's got a little bit of this 60s in there. And I think for us, we wanted to have that warmth within the overall curves of this. Here's some more examples of that. The Arco lamp, and just showing it in some text setting. And then also, it's always nice, I think, for us when we see examples used in real life by other design studios. Both Studio out of Melbourne, I think we've had luck, they've used a lot of our typefaces. They did it for their corporate identity, so you can see it in their collateral. So it's really cool to get a chance to see other people working with the typefaces themselves. I think it's actually one of my favorite things to see because, you know, I think everybody has their ideas of what they think they want to do with the typeface, but ultimately having the other designer work with it kind of provides a very interesting position. This is from their website too, just seeing it more kind of workhorse handling. More expressive examples of this, business cards, and just seeing how that can kind of work. I actually really like this kind of blunt J too. It's got this kind of strong quality to it, and more expressive examples here. Yeah, and I think one thing that's really interesting for us, you know, and I'll talk about this at the end of the presentation, but this idea of the type specimen for us is, I think we take it like kind of absurd in a way. I think for us, we should be looking at ways of exploring the typeface through real cases of type in use, or more contemporary ways of thinking of it using animation or, you know, more digital ways of exploring the typeface, because I think this is where the majority of brand communications and design communications are working. So trying this in more expressive cases is a way for us to see actually if the typeface is working in interesting ways too. So moving forward, this is our first release typeface. Yeah, it is named Banana Grotesque. And it just kind of came out of just like a silly idea of trying to merge these two typefaces in some way. Just totally unrelated stylistically. You have Gil Fascia and Accidents Grotesque, but not from like a direct like revival style. It was basically just kind of familiarizing ourselves with these forms of these typefaces and then beginning to draw from scratch to find ways to sort of bring those things and compare them and start to generate forms out of that. So what you see is in accidents, because you have these open terminals in some of the, like the C, G, you know, E, kind of have open terminals with it. Like Helvetica is 90 degrees, so it feels a little quarter. There's a bit warmth in the typeface just by opening the terminals a little bit. But then Gilfasia has these crazy A's, F's. You have these hangover sort of things happening in Gilfasia, which we found was kind of interesting and kind of absurd. So we explored the idea of taking this A of Gilfasia into sans serif and letting this kind of guide the overall form of the typeface to see how far we could kind of push this curviness. And rightfully named Banana Grotesque, it's kind of a direct connection to the formal quality of this typeface. So you see it in the F as well. And this was completely a concept, a formally concept-driven typeface. This wasn't based on, like, you know, the historical mood we're trying to go for, but it does kind of try to capture these kind of energy and really kind of forms its own sort of identity, and that gives it kind of this goofiness and funkiness, but also has some familiarity to it too, that fits within the category of a neo-grotesque with, you know, a bit more personality. And this typeface surprisingly has been quite successful from a sales standpoint. And a lot of people are using it, especially in brand identities, because it has enough quality as an identity as a typeface, but it also can be worked in a lot of different use cases from a workhorse. So kind of this balance in between expressive and usefulness is something that's really important for us. So here's some examples. You can kind of see that come to life with the A. And I think this is a good example. When you see the typeface like this, you kind of get this curvy impression, this kind of goofy warmness to it. Even the ampersand has this kind of quality of like almost like a leaning baby or something like that. But I think, you know, it's interesting that something that was just in an experimental form of combining those two things actually rendered something quite useful overall. And even in caps, it becomes a bit kind of colder in a way, but provides a nice sort of identity and becomes quite interesting. Here's some stuff in the text set. And then Bull Studio again, just like rocking the use case. You can see it in the plant. I think they paired it with a Grilly typeface, Alpina, I believe. And here's some more examples of use. Also, another speaker on this conference, Zach Lieberman, uses this a lot in his experiments and daily tests. So here's some examples that he's applying the type into some more experimental stuff. And again, like I said earlier, we find this is very interesting places to explore typography from an experimental standpoint and to see, you know, like what it can do. Because, you know, we don't, as a type designer, you have no idea that some creative coder is going to take it and do these crazy things with it. But this is really, really interesting and fascinating stuff for us to see. Actually, a good friend of ours, Jean Queneau, just used it for his ECAL diploma project as well. You should check it out at Cosmic, jeanquenejean.dev. Really cool project about Italian disco in the late 70s, but you can see example of that with also combined with the type designer Elliot Grunwald, who's was an ACAL graduate. That's some really interesting stuff. Here's some more use case examples of it. Yeah, check this out. And then again, like seeing how this can combine with some animation. And this is something that, you know, we're combining the typefaces with our craft as a graphic designer or motion designer and seeing how this stuff comes together. And it isn't, you know, we want to see these kind of ingredients come together in larger compositions beyond just the type itself. So we're working with the actual typefaces in these cases. So moving forward to Albert. And so Albert, it's kind of a sad story. He was the first monkey sent to space. So we felt it's like an homage that we should name a typeface after him because he did sacrifice his life for science and space travel. And he's super cute in that photo. But the whole brief of this is interesting. So we did a collaboration with this studio in New York, Dia Studio. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they're working on a corporate identity for a production company called Bespoke. And the whole briefing of the project was to kind of combine what, like, you know, car retouching imagery and high-end fashion together. So it's kind of like a strange vibe that you're trying to go for. So I think, you know, looking at these old concept cars from the 70s, you get this kind of like sexy quality, but also you get this slick commercial quality going to that we're trying to go for. So I think for us, we were looking at existing typefaces in car design, actually, you have this kind of extended kind of feel, compressed, you know, like it kind of stretches out. And then this kind of, and you can have Euro style, another Aldo Novarese typeface on the left. But this kind of vernacular of type design comes through a lot of corporate car typefaces. So that kind of served as like a starting point for us. So here's an example at the bottom. So Alfa Romeo Corrado 1976. So this is an example of the typeface coming to life and kind of trying to capture that. So again, it has this kind of retro feel, the curviness is there, but then you have this extended quality to it that we're trying to push through. Lancia Orca, another classic sort of concept car, but you see, you're getting this kind of warmth, but also this cool like retro kind of tech kind of thing going on. So you can see how this kind of comes through here. And as you see, it really is about kind of creating this impression or this feeling out of just the typeface itself that is really kind of an interesting way of approaching typefaces for us. You know, looking at this picture, it's like, how would a typeface feel to that picture? And you can see that kind of compared. And I could totally see this as like a 1970s ad in some like really fancy magazine or something like that. Here's some more examples of it in use. Here's a sort of tighter typesetting. Here's the identity. So this is the very original version of it. It's been worked on since then, but that was used for the logo type, combined with Stanley by Ludovic Ballon. It's really interesting kind of like editorial meets kind of slick car fashion look. Here's some other examples in an editorial piece. This is like the first ever, I think, animated specimen. This is like 2016 that they did for the release of this project. So this is kind of normal now. But I think that kind of was interesting to see that. Then some other use cases of the typefaces recently by Mary's and Dune. There's all these studios in Australia that love working with their typefaces, and we haven't quite figured out why, but it's always Australian design firms working with us. Some other cool sort of tests, doing some generative things. This was some, I think, work for the Chicago Art Center, some poster stuff, and then yes, all right, getting through there. So the last fully available typeface I'm gonna talk to you guys about. This is kind of fun one. It's a display typeface. Louis, he's the I'm drawing a blank right now. I've been paying too much of the election today, so my brain's a little foggy. But anyway, another pop culture monkey. But again, we're back into sort of Italian aesthetics for some reason. But trying to capture kind of like 1970s disco Italy / drinking a Negroni / hanging out of an espresso. Like, what does this feel in a typeface, but also not totally expressive, like some of the stuff in the signage in the bottom right. And then I don't know if you guys are familiar, Giorgio Moroder's one of the best disco DJ producers ever. But you can see the typeface sort of working there. So playing with this opposite contrast feel, you can totally imagine this on signage in Milan or you know, in Rome or something like that, or at like a nightclub. And this is it's kind of very playful, very fun display typeface that we created with kind of creating this atmosphere with it. And you can see it coming together here. Here it is in all caps. Here's fully set. And then again, some crazy animated 3D, kind of seeing the tests and how the typeface would work and some more wild use cases. Here's the arrows, actually just doing a little promotional video for it. And then, yeah, so that's Louis. And so I'm kind of closing into the finish, into the presentation. So there's a lot of other work in progress. This is just kind of a snapshot of the stuff that are in our drawers, but at least some interesting things that we're working on at certain levels, lesser polished, more polished. Some have names and some don't have names. So Jane's work in progress. This is like an interesting sort of take on like an early kind of American style grotesque, kind of condensed, very early phase in its construction. So there's this specimen Aduna that we found. It's Gintheiser, I think is the foundry from the catalog that we founded in the specimen. And then Monotype Grotesque is for interesting, like funky qualities to it. that we were curious about aesthetically, and we were just trying to see how this could translate into a typeface. So here's some quick sort of typesetting of some work in progress. This still needs a bit of work, but you can kind of see how that comes through here. Here's a quick sort of typeset using examples. It has this kind of, yeah, it's very classic. It has this kind of antique quality to it, kind of American, almost French. Here's another one. Klaus is another one working on this is our, I don't know if we'll ever release these actually, but this is kind of more of our Swiss German grotesque style typeface. If anybody's familiar with Sprockets, it's like a really old skit on SNL or Saturday Night Live, and they had a monkey Klaus on there. So there we are again. And also, I didn't say this, Jane Goodall, if you're not familiar with that, is an advocate for animal rights and been taking care of apes. So Jane's the obvious name for this typeface too. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And then Klaus, there we go. It's cold, it's austere, it's very much in this neo-grotesque style from, you know, the typefaces in Switzerland and Germany. It's always good to pair typefaces next to fondue in this context, because, or put the Swiss SBB, CFF, FSS, just to kind of make sure that that's clear where this falls. But this is something we're working on. I don't know if this will ever be a commercially released typeface, but it's something interesting that we've been working with and have been doing it in personal projects. And then finally, we have a few other things that are in the works that have no names. There's a serif typeface. This is actually kind of riffing off of this typeface Walbum, which we find quite interesting. But again, these are kind of discovery phases. We don't know if there's anything to it, but trying to find if there's interesting form from these classical typefaces that can be converted into something a bit more contemporary or used in graphic design context. I find the number is quite interesting too. This with the, you know, this kind of like hard edge with this kind of curviness to it. This is another one, no name on this one yet. This one is kind of like, I don't know, like not, it's like, it's almost like a very, very low contrast, grotesque meets Gotham, I guess, in some way. I don't know, something that we're thinking about. You can hear the all caps. You get this kind of like stark cold roundness, almost could see it on like a metal sign. And this one is very much in this, you know, like Franklin Gothic realm too. So trying to play out this kind of classic American style Gothic typeface. Something where, but again, these are still very much in like early drawing phases too. So still need a lot of work, but again, cool to see, and just want to share some of these, you know, projects with you guys to see what we're up to. So lastly, and I talked about this briefly, and actually getting a lot of arguments, especially in Switzerland, about the idea of typeface specimens, because it's taken really seriously in this region where people print things out. You know, they have this crazy specimen with all this crazy printed stuff. I think we kind of take the position where like the use case of the typeface from, you know, clients or other people working with is very interesting to use a specimen, but I think also using the typeface in a very experimental way, especially through animation. Because I think, you know, the more and more we think about digital communications and typography, I think this is a lot of exploration that needs to be done here for, I think, not only just experimentation and design, but I think for typography in general as an academic side, because how do we deal with the legibility of text when it moves, and you know, kind of combining these editorial concepts with motion concepts and bringing that stuff together. So this is something that we like to play with and work with our typeface in this case, doing some more, let's see if this plays. Yes, a bit more experimental. This one on the right's definitely more of a straightforward specimen, but you know, playing in 3D, just being more experimental with, you know, expression of that and how this sort of works and stands up. And I think it's important here to even play with stuff. It's not just kind of repeating the same word where it's like spin, 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 or hole, hole, hole. Kind of seeing if you can actually set text in these kind of unusual scenarios. Here's some more examples of that. Just having a lot of fun. Again, and just, you know, these are total experimentations, accidents, and some could have viability for something a bit broader or more kind of extended, but some are just completely ridiculous things that are kind of cool to look at, and that's kind of it. So, but it's fun to sort of test and try the typefaces in this context. And the animation on the right is totally the bending banana, but just how much gesture you can get out of just a very simple animation with text is kind of insane. And I think this is something that's very fascinating working with typography and motion, is that you can really bring a lot to it without adding much. So there's some very interesting stuff here. Here's a few more examples of some of these things. Just playing with that. Again, some of the stuff you saw a little earlier. Again, just really, really experimenting with, how this could work. And I think, the approach with this is thinking about graphic design that's moving with typography and how it's not just kind of transitional, like fade in, fade out, really becomes kind of this kind of new way of approaching, like poster design or graphic design in a way, kind of combining all this stuff together. So this is how we take the typefaces and kind of apply them in these kind of radical ways. So to finish, we are a kind of ridiculous bunch. This is an experimental outlet for us, as you can see. And I think the most important thing is that, with something like type design, it does sort of demand a very serious, rigorous discipline, a lot of practice. And I'll be the first to tell you that, what you saw today is not the greatest work. It's not, that we know that all this stuff needs to be improved and sort of advanced and kind of pushed further. But I think, at a certain point, you finish a typeface, be done with it. You got to pat it on its back and leave it behind you. You get it done, get it mastered, finish it, put it behind you, because there's always going to be things that you can fix and change and improve. But I think it's important to know when to stop and when to start a new project and move forward. So I think, for us to try to keep a lighthearted sensibility and not try to take this stuff very seriously, in ourselves very seriously, kind of makes this very easy for us, because we can kind of just explore what we feel is right, kind of explore some historical things that we're interested in, just make them and see if it works, with no intention at all commercially or professionally. It just totally becomes a nice outlet for us to learn and explore and try new things. So thank you very much. Merci, danke, thank you, grazie. And I hope you guys enjoyed this. And also just look out for the new website, hopefully next year, and check out monkey_type on Instagram. That's our best mode of sort of connection at this point. And then Margot at monkeytype.xyz is the spot to do any licensing and trials and stuff like that. So cool. That's it.
Thank you so much, Albert, I will guess. How do I call you?
That'll work.
Which monkey name?
That'll work. Perfect.
Yeah. Wonderful. You are just like gorillas. Like nobody knows who they are, but they know.
For now.
All right, guys. Do you have questions for Albert?
No questions. I'm going to check the election polls real quick. How are you guys?
Yeah. Actually, Biden just won Wisconsin, so that's
yes. All right. Cool.
Great news. So close.
Anybody else? Cool.
Oh, Ben Keel asking, how are you animating type with After Effects?
Yeah, the majority, actually, the stuff in there is a combination of Cinema 4D and After Effects. And I think for specific reasons, I know there's a lot of, you can do things in processing, you can do things in Drawbot, you can do things in code, but there's like severe limitations with coded animations. Like you can't animate the tracking necessarily smoothly. You can't. There's so much more control over keyframe behavior in After Effects as a baseline to work with. Now, I think to expand on that beyond just asking, I'm going to just answer another question I just gave myself. But to think, all the animations that you saw take in account very much like a creative coder would create an animation in, say, open frameworks or in processing. Like thinking about loops and very simple behaviors to sort of generate from that. So it mimics very much a coded mindset, but because for now you have much easier capabilities in Adobe to manage the idiosyncrasies of managing the typesetting and stuff like that. It just, you have a lot more possibilities there. Not to say one's better than the other, but we kind of prefer that. And Cinema 4D doesn't, it's a pain in the butt for typesetting. So, so 3D stuff is a bit complicated, but there are some things in After Effects that actually allow you to do some really interesting stuff there. So yeah. Cool.
Great. Any more questions? Anyone? No, do you have printed specimens? Anything?
Printed specimens, no. I think we're only kind of focused. I think actually what we've decided, because a lot of foundries kind of really make these epic releases of the new fonts and have their specimens and stuff, that we just want to constantly make micro specimens of animation and just put it out to the world as we go. And that way it isn't like, okay, the font was just released, you know, and this date, and then it kind of it goes to sleep after a while because there's no more generation of content around that. So for us, if we're once a month or once every 2 weeks, there's a new interesting way of using Marcel or Albert or one of these typefaces, an interesting way that we put it out to the world. It keeps kind of like a base level of interest in the typeface, and then also the experimental use of the work, which I think for us is kind of a strategic move, not to like put it all investment on like a huge release. Like actually we don't put any press out on a new release. It just kind of, it's all of a sudden there. And then it starts to gain its own sort of momentum organically versus like the big PR kind of drop. So that's kind of fun for us to take a different approach there.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, thank you so much for everything. And they look pretty cool, the animations. And I would like to thank everybody who stayed. It was a long day in the morning, and thank you so much. If we can turn on your cameras and just say hello, I'm going to ask all to unmute so we can hang out a few minutes and celebrate that Biden won Wisconsin. Yeah.
Woo.
Thank you so much, guys. Muchas gracias
All right.
a todos, neta. Miren.
Gracias.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye. Stop.